Bore da bawb a chroeso I gyfarfod bwrdd iechyd.
So, good morning all to the board meeting of BCU Cadwaladr Health Board. This is the last day of November, and it's the St Andreas Saint Day, and we're here at St Asaph and happy to welcome our guests in the audience from Llais in particular this morning. A warm welcome to you, and also a warm welcome to those who are joining online. We are live streaming today. The agenda this morning has been published and is quite lengthy, and a number of items, some presentations, some matters where there are papers, and there will be some discussions and questions. There is one change to the agenda that we've discussed already some time ago in our previous meeting. We've given a clear indication that we're going to change one item, the item on questions. There have been some discussions, and we are keen to present a new item, and instead of the questions item, talking about patient experience, the experience of our service users, things that are going well and things that aren't going as well, and places that we can improve on. And we hope to be working with our colleagues in Llais and others to create that item that will be a very valuable item on the agenda, that will highlight some items that we can concentrate on in the health board to improve. And our aim is to bring that item regularly to the board, commencing in the new year. Thank you to some of you who have been in touch with some suggestions in that respect. I'm very grateful for those suggestions. In presenting the board today, I'd like to draw attention to new members. We have 3 new members and another member that's going to change their status. And we'll start with the member who's going to change their status. The next person to meet here, Carol, who is an interim chief exec but has recently been appointed as a permanent chief executive and will carry on in her post in the new year. Hopefully so. Warm congratulations to her. And we are looking forward to collaborating and working with you from next year onwards. 3 new members. I'd ask you to introduce yourselves, please. 2 independent members and the chair of the Link group, who is a member of the board. Bertha, first of all, then Caroline, just to share a few words about who you are and to say hello, and then Mike. So good morning, I'm Bertha Halder. I live in Dyffryn Ogwen, and I'm very pleased to get this appointment and looking forward to working with you all, and I'm sure I'll learn a lot. Thank you, Bertha. Caroline. Dr. Caroline Turner, originally from Anglesey. In my career, I have worked mostly in the civil service, but also in local government in the North and in Mid Wales. Very pleased to be here for my first meeting today and looking forward to contribute and to collaborate with you all. Warm welcome to you both, Mike and Mike Parry. Like Caroline, I'm originally from Anglesey. I've been in Pwllheli since 1977, and I'm looking forward to working with you all. I don't have a mic, but you will hopefully hear me without one, and thank you for the warm welcome that I've received. Thank you, Mike, and looking forward to your contributions to our discussions also. Back to business as usual. Apologies, first of all. I've received 3 apologies. Angela, Wood, and Mandy. Jason Plannan and Mick is here instead of someone, and then Vaughan from Anglesey, the Director for Social Services, apologises also. Next item, unless there are further apologies, declarations of interest, please. Anybody wanting to declare an interest? Anything that's not recorded in the register, anything that we need to draw attention to? No? So therefore move on to the next item, 1.3. Minutes of 2 previous meetings that have been held in September. The minutes of the full board meeting, and also the minutes of our AGM that was held in Llandudno. Will anyone propose that those minutes are accurate, first of all? Dyfed, thank you. Everyone happy to accept those? Thank you. Next item is matters arising and the register of actions. Are there any matters arising? Phil, do you want to draw attention to anything in particular?
There's 12 actions on the log. They're proposing that they're closed bar 2 actions. So I'd just like to inform you with that, and we'll progress those actions and we'll close them when they have been delivered. I did have some feedback ahead of the meeting, Chair, just around action 137.16, which is our conversations with the university. They are underway. I think we're suggesting we might keep that action open until we kind of come to some definitive position that we can report onto the board. Yeah.
Can I just check with Phil, is that the same thing for the board visits?
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen any programme as yet, so maybe that's not quite green.
Okay, so if we could, yes, thank you.
Diolch yn fawr. A mae hynny'n atgoffa fi ymddiheiriad gan rhywun arall.
That reminds me of another apology. Oh no, Mike is here. Apologies. Mike has to leave early though. That's what I wanted to know. Everyone happy to accept? Thank you. On to the next item, 1.5. Again, a regular item on our agenda, which is the patient story, which gives us an opportunity to learn about the experience of a patient in a service in the health board and what they've experienced in receiving that service, the things that have gone well and the things that haven't gone as well, and any lessons learned or lessons that need to be learned. So item 1.5. On this occasion, we have a patient story stemming from the IBD service. And I think there will be a presentation on screen, is it, or video? If the technology allows. I hope the video will work.
This
This is a video that has been prepared
started with symptoms, which I know Crohn's disease, I certainly didn't know then, back in January 2016. And so I went to my GP in Wrexham over a 6-month period and had various treatments and diagnosis for stomach illnesses, infections, diarrhea, different nutritional needs. And I was given things that I actually now know were actually making my Crohn's disease worse. It was about summer when I happened to be seeing a trainee GP at the surgery. She saw the whole history and she took the time to talk about it, and she said, "Something's not right here. You've been suffering badly for 6 months. I'm going to refer you for a colonoscopy, and I'm going to mark it urgent because of concern about colon cancer." The colonoscopy was done, and obviously that related me then to a gastroenterologist, and I was referred then to an MRI. The MRI very clearly identified the Crohn's, identified it in the cecum and the terminal ileum. Through that diagnosis, it was almost elated because I now had a name, and it also attached me to specialists, a gastroenterologist, IBD nurses, and we started a process of treatment for Crohn's disease. Things didn't go very well. I had to do an awful lot of the medications I was given, and I went up the treatment options to biologic infusions. I was also linked, now I had a name, to the Crohn's and Colitis UK charity, who provided a lot of information and general knowledge, and also linking to patient education workshops, which were invaluable, just to meet other people who suffered and to share suffering stories and to know you're not alone and to know that it can be managed. All that knowledge meant that I started a process with guidance from the IBD nurses of self-management of the condition. And I think I now have their confidence that I know that when I ask for help, I need help. An anecdotal basis dates back to Christmas last year. November, December, I was starting to flare with the Crohn's. And I knew we were going to go into the holiday shutdown period. And I had talked with the IBD nurse, and a script for steroids, which you need for the flare, was in the post. Unfortunately, we had a postal strike. I talked to my pharmacist and my GP, who are fully aware of the Crohn's, and they know that periodically I need budesonide, which has to come from secondary care, not primary care. So I needed the script from the IBD nurses. By lunchtime, the script was dispensed, and I was on the steroids before Christmas Day on the Sunday. That joined up working, that help and support I had probably meant that I avoided an A&E submission over the Christmas New Year period. And I'm ever so thankful for that joined up support I get from my healthcare professionals.
Hello, I'm the lead IBD nurse at Wrexham Myler. I also work as a clinical endoscopist, and I am an advanced nurse practitioner. In 2019, I applied to become a specialist nurse with the charity Crohn's and Colitis UK. I was successful, and I am now the Crohn's and Colitis UK specialist nurse in North Wales. So in 2015, when the IBD service was developed, there was no IBD service, so over time we've developed an IBD advice line. We have IBD clinics. And currently we're managing over 2,000 patients. Patients will ring the advice line if they're experiencing a flare of their Crohn's and colitis. We have audited the advice line, and at present we're averaging about 23 calls a day. But the patients do receive specialist advice from the IBD nurse specialists. This hopefully prevents patients from attending A&E, primary care, as we are able to assess and treat them over the phone with treatment management, and we aim to return all our calls on the same day. So when patients are diagnosed with Crohn's and colitis, they are often started on medication. Medication can vary from a group of medications called mesalazine, particularly if the patients are experiencing the condition of ulcerative colitis. We use steroids, we use immunosuppressant medication, and we also use biologics. These treatments are prescribed by the IBD nurse specialists, as we are both non-medical prescribers. Being a non-medical prescriber is a vital qualification for the IBD nurse specialist, as it provides the patient with rapid access to treatment and also continuity of care.
Iawn. Dwi'n meddwl dyna ddiwedd y fideo. Diolch yn fawr iawn am hynny.
I think that's the end of the video.
Gael mewn gwybodaeth mewnol.
And that's a great insight into that service and the patient experience, which was very interesting. I'll turn to Mandy to see if she wants to add anything before that I open to questions.
So the video that was just seen of the gentleman who reiterated experience of the irritable bowel service is an excellent example of how informal and formal services work together to really promote that positive patient experience. It also advocates the extended scope of practice for other professionals beyond medics in relation to pharmacists or specialist nurses, and the really positive impact that that has on the patient's pathways, and gives us examples. So to take it forward within the health board, it is tabled for the patient care experience group for next month, and also has been tabled at the independent prescribing nurses forum, where other health professionals do attend, just for us to really promote that further beyond Wrexham. Thank you.
Iawn, Mandy. Unrhyw gwestiynau? Unrhyw un eisiau gwneud unrhyw sylw neu holi cwestiwn?
Any questions or comments? Tafed, then Claire, then Chris. Thank you for that explanation and for being able to see the video. I was just thinking of the numbers. One expert nurse for 2,000 potentially. Sorry, do those 2,000, are those 2,000 in around Maelor, or is that across the whole geographical board area? Are there similar services? With irritable bowel, there are different nurses that work across other services. So for Wrexham, that's for Wrexham, that number, but every patient is not active. Some have had the training and the information, and they're looking after themselves. I know it sounds like a lot, but not all patients are active. I don't expect you to give an exact number, but the numbers for the central area and the west, it would be great to have those figures. And if you could speak louder, that would be helpful for the translator in the room, please. Claire, and then Chris, and then Mike.
So one kind of more general question and one quite more specific one. So what was really powerful for me in the film was when he said he'd reached a position where he was so knowledgeable about his own condition that self-management was working really well, and the professionals were trusting him on his self-management. And I think there's a lot of learning there for us in terms of other service areas, because we all want to become experts in our own conditions, but sometimes there's a challenge in, no disrespect to any of the medics in the room, but for the professionals to trust that we know our bodies, we know our conditions really well. So I thought that was really powerful in terms of future change and future learning. And then a more technical question: why is it the case that you can only get certain prescriptions in secondary care, and is that also something we could be changing into the future?
bring in my
Mandy?
colleague there for that answer. Because the biologics would be.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Mandy. In terms of the which prescriptions are used in secondary care and which primary, it's around risk, I suppose. So more powerful medications that GPs might be, speaking as an ex-GP myself, drugs that you might be less familiar with, clearly you would want those to be in the hands of people who are using them regularly and can recognise the side effects and give the appropriate advice. Okay. And of course that nurse is perhaps the perfect example of that person who has that familiarity.
Yeah, I was going to say that all makes sense as long as if you need to access through secondary, you're able to do that quickly and effectively.
Indeed.
Yeah. So,
Chris?
A similar theme actually, and I'd like Board to just indulge me to just go a little bit further than Mandy went when Mandy was talking about multidisciplinary work, because we've got an example here where you don't have to go back very long to find everything that we have a nurse specialist here doing that only doctors did.
Yes.
And too often we hear how we might change skill mix to compromise for the fact that we can't recruit all the doctors that we might want. But actually, the example we really have is of a nurse doing the job better than the doctors were previously doing, and better than the doctors would be doing. And I think we need to capture that last little bit because it is so important.
It's a really good point, and there could be quite a wide debate around that, I'm sure. And I guess the central question, do we have the culture in the organisation to be able to promote that? I suppose that's, I don't think there's probably an answer to that today, but I think that's the wider debate, isn't it? Where we can embrace that opportunity that people working in the health board can take that responsibility at a different level, as you say. That's a really good point. So, perhaps we can note that as something to consider in an appropriate committee at some time, maybe. I think that could be quite interesting, couldn't it? Mike, Nessa?
Thanks, Chair. I was struck by the way that the diagnosis was first suspected by a trainee GP, perhaps casting a fresh pair of eyes. We know from big surveys of GPs across the UK that training practices regularly get much better feedback from patients. The Health Board has a number of managed practices. Is it the policy of the Health Board? Some of them are quite large. Is it the policy of the Health Board? Look at Nick, I think. For those to become training practices, is that a possibility?
It is a possibility, and indeed at least one, I think two of our managed practices are already training practices. I guess in terms of policy, I'd always say that has to come from the people working in the practice. The last thing we'd want to do is to impose that really important role on a team who weren't perhaps mature or ready to take that responsibility. But absolutely, it drives standards forwards. It's the right thing to do when we can.
Chris, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, can I just build upon that? Because that also lends to the previous conversation. It's absolutely the case that a number of our managed practices are going through the process or have been approved as GP training practices. Right. But nearly all of them are training advanced practitioners to work outside of medicine doing jobs that perhaps they would consider.
Good point. Anybody else? Carol, Nessa.
I just wanted to comment. I thought the story was great in many aspects. The individual who shared a story about an area of health which is often sensitive. So the more we talk about this, the more normalised it will become. So that's fantastic. And the appetite that was shown by that gentleman to own his own healthcare, to be proactive, that was a fantastic example. And then I think, Mandy, you picked up the formal and informal. You know, how good is it that patients can pick up the phone and get same-day advice? No one wants to be sat in an ED department, I'm pretty sure of that. And so, you know, that type of service, that type of response, surely gives people confidence to be able to manage their own care. So there's a lot in that story, and thanks to both the individual gentleman and to Diane, the nurse who shared what she contributes.
Yeah. And I guess another important point you referred to there, Carol, is the more we can build that sort of practice, I mean that in the broadest sense, then the more we can encourage people to access health services through that entry point rather than emergency departments in our acute hospitals. So all of that story actually has quite wide implications, doesn't it? So really grateful for that. Ofyn hapus unrhyw gwestiwn arall? Os nad oes, gawn ni eto. O, Dylan, mae'n ddrwg iawn gen i.
Thank you. No, it's just a point really, and it might come up later with the public health report, and that's to think about qualities, because I'm conscious that gentleman had the means and ability to be able to investigate his own condition and the like. So it's very important we also think about people who can't necessarily do that, those who are more excluded. And I think that's a really good link into the public health report coming up a bit later.
Good point. Diolch yn iawn am nodi'r pwysig iawn yna.
Thank you for that very important point. If there aren't any other points, could we thank the patient for that information and for sharing his story, and to Mandy and the team for the background today. Thank you very much. Next, item 1.6 and 1.7. This is the report of the chair and the chief exec. As far as the chair's concerned, there is a written report, so I don't intend to read through that. I just want to note a few things. First of all, when we listed some of the meetings with the government and the ministers, and also some meetings with local authorities, where I've attended the scrutiny meeting for Anglesey, for instance, and I'll also meet the full council of Cyngor Gwynedd next week. I was reminded there is a link between the health board, ministers and local authorities, and an opportunity, an adequate opportunity, I suspect, by everyone to ask and to inquire and to scrutinise carefully. And this is really important. I'd like us to consider at some point as a board what we will be considering in relation to scrutiny, and whether or not we as a whole board would like to go to a situation where we're scrutinised as a whole board. But I just wanted to note that. Two great experiences over the past few weeks. A fortnight ago in Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, I had the opportunity to bid farewell to Tommy Stone, who's worked for over 50 years at the health board. I was reminding Tommy that the health service tends to celebrate people that are doctors or surgeons, people who do research and so on, but his contribution has been essential for 50 years as well. So the message I was taking away from that celebration was how important everyone's contribution is. All of the 19,000 individuals who work for the health board to the success of the service and to ensure the best health services possible for our people in the north. And we're all grateful to Tommy for his incredible contribution over 50 years. And then, about a week ago, I was in the Diwali celebrations in Neuadd Ogwen, Bethesda. Again, an exceptional event that gave me an opportunity to be reminded of the contribution of a community of individuals to this health board. And I was very proud of that feeling of celebrating their culture and feeling comfortable to do so, and being a part of a wider family in the health board. A number of people, most I would say, who were present did work in the health board, and a number of them were in Ysbyty Gwynedd or in Glenclwyd. And that was a great experience. I've asked the question of where are we at the moment as a board on this journey, because many ask me, where are we at the moment? I've tried to summarise in a sentence or two. I think I get the feeling that we are moving forward, but there is much to do, especially work in relation to quality and standards. That's the theme for me that has arisen, where we've been doing detailed work in relation to special measures. And there is some light, standards and quality, not just in clinical matters, but in every area. I'm going to try and emphasise as part of my work how essential understanding what the expected standards in the health board are. And those standards are aimed at the best health services for the people that we provide a service for. Nothing less. That's something that we can grasp as we go through the special measures. It's a theme that we're touching on today and an opportunity to be discussed later. But that is something that I've noted in the past few months, and I wanted to highlight that in my report. I'll pause, but I'm happy to take any questions before I ask you to accept the content of this report. Dyfed and then Rhian, thank you. Dyfed, I think it's important to note you were saying that you'd visited Anglesey and the Scrutiny Committee. As the independent member for local authorities and also an elected member on Anglesey, I think the feedback that comes back from Anglesey about the fact that that session has started and that on both sides there was an understanding of how important the partnership is. The health board can't do this on their own. The partnership is so important, and I just wanted to note today that the feedback was very positive, especially from Anglesey, and I'm sure it's from the local authorities also. Can I also note how grateful we are for the relationship that we're building with local authorities, and Anglesey in particular. We've worked closely, and we do need to work Rhian.
Dwi jyst eisiau gwneud sylw
I just want to make a comment really about what you've said. But this will bridge with what Carol will later say, I'm sure. Seeing in Carol's report that there is a meeting with the NHS exec and the government. What use is made of what happens in that meeting, because that doesn't come to the board at the moment, does it? And certainly the committees for quality and standards and experience, patient experience, would take an interest in that, because it's essential really, isn't it? We'll park that for now, because I'll give an opportunity for Carol to present her report, and she may touch on that, and there may be an opportunity to respond and refer to what is happening. The request is to accept or to note the content of the report if everyone is happy. On to the next item, which is Carol's item as Chief Exec. Carol.
Thank you very much. And, just to respond to the Chair's comments about pipeline, I'm really delighted to be staying here in North Wales. I'm hugely optimistic about the future, but it's also realistic about the work that we have ahead of us. And I hope that in my report there's a balance of the things that I see here and feel about progress that is already being made, and also the really excellent work of staff across the Health Board. Lots of awards of recognition. One just yesterday, a group from the VTE, venous of thromboembolism. Sorry, Nick, we prepared that. Received an award yesterday. So
that's a lot of Scrabble points.
That's why we call it VTE, isn't it? So a lot of really good work is happening already in North Wales, and it's really, really important to recognise that. High quality, high standards, but of course lots to do. And I've had the pleasure over the last couple of months of being able to get out and about, to meet people, to hear at first hand about the things that are going well and the things that are more challenging. Because I think our job as a board is to help people to do their job better and easier. And so hearing some of those stories firsthand is really important. And we've got an item later on the agenda about resilience, particularly during the winter. I had the opportunity to spend the morning in Wrexham Myler Hospital in the ED department, just understanding some of the challenges that there are. Just on a number of service matters, I'll just pick up Rhian's point really about quality of care. Because really, we've got some items on the agenda today about the scheme of reservation and delegation, all of those things that we have to have. But if you're a member of the public, really, you judge the NHS and you judge the Health Board on the quality of care that you receive. So this is a major focus for us. Clinical executives, we've got an agenda item later on quality, but spent some time with colleagues, as Rhian has said, in a round table. And the purpose of that, to really have open conversations about where we are as an organisation. Do we know where our challenges are? Do we have systems, processes, feedback that help us to identify issues that we need to focus on before they become a significant, if you like, health care crisis? And do we have the skills and tools in our toolkit to make those changes and improvements swiftly? So that's been the focus of some of the quality of care discussions And there is more for us to do, and day by day, we're having those conversations about particular work to take things forward. It is in the context of difficult financial position, and we've got a meeting on that. But what I do say is that we've got a lot of money already, and how we deploy that to focus on the quality and effectiveness of care is really key. A couple of other things very briefly. I was really pleased to be part of the recruitment group looking at our Speak Out Safely service and recruiting our guardians. It was fantastic that so many colleagues put themselves forward for this. This is part of our cultural work, of course, in being an open, being an honest organisation, and so that strengthens that service. And then just finally to thank staff who really put on the most wonderful staff awards in the middle of Storm Babette. It was quite a tricky evening. But the reason I draw that out is because thanking our staff, recognising the efforts really does motivate and encourage. And I think there's a lot for us to do in terms of learning and self-improving. We'll come on to that shortly under the special measures. And actually, if we can spread some of the learning and the positivity that was shown through those staff awards, we will be building a more effective organisation. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylws gwch yn dda, ein troi at Mike.
Any questions or comments? Mike, first of all.
On the working with partners section of your report, very briefly, what is the function of a guardian? Excuse my ignorance in this. And secondly, can I suggest that if I was a concerned employee navigating our website to find the Speak Out service, it's not a few clicks, it's a bit of a challenge. I'm going to suggest that might put people off. So could we make it more user-friendly, if I'm correct in my assumptions?
Thank you very much, Mike. Absolutely, we'll look at that. Helen's nodding at me. So that needs to be front and centre. We need to encourage, that's part of our culture, is encouraging the speaking out. There's many ways to speak out and to raise issues, but let's make that more prominent. So what a guardian does, they're part of a team that, and there's a multidisciplinary team approach. So people from different walks of life, if you like, within the health service. So maybe HR, but maybe physiotherapy. I've met somebody from physiotherapy who's part of this team, who are trusted contacts in the organisation for people to be able to have a conversation with. Sometimes it's just an online conversation, but it's someone who is there to listen, to support, to perhaps give some thoughts and advice. But the key role there is to promote the work of that whole team and the ethos of speaking out safely. This is something that just this week I was in a meeting with the Welsh Government and other NHS chief executives across Wales, and we were emphasising how important this is, because week on week there are reports not just about the health service but other sectors, about culture and about behaviours. We were talking about sexual safety earlier this week, but across the board behaviours that we would wish to tackle. And so this is a core part of that. It would be maybe useful for the stakeholder reference group to get a bit of a flavour of the work. And I know we're going to catch up and speak about that.
Thank you. Helen.
Diolch. Just to say, Mike, that predominantly it's an internal communications campaign, and there is a lot of work that's gone into that to ensure that we regularly signpost staff to the opportunities around speaking out safely. So we will absolutely look at the external website to pick that up as well. But maybe I could take you through the internal website as well, so you could see what was happening there.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall, unrhyw gwestiwn ar ôl unrhyw sylw? Os nad oes, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y
Unless there are any further questions, Could I thank you all for your work? Next item, special measures.
Beth yw'n cynnydd ni yn yr rhaglen yma. A os dwi'n iawn, dwi'n meddwl dwi am droi...
If I'm right in saying...
Chris, gynta. Diolch yn iawn.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the report as read, but would just like to draw out a few of the sort of overarching messages within it. Many board members will have heard me share with you the challenges that come with our rapid 90-day cycles. They're fantastic for really focusing down and encouraging us to make progress, not to procrastinate, to absolutely deliver. However, there are certain challenges that come with fitting that into our reporting cycles, and here you'll see a report which reports progress at the point of writing the report. But this week we will be closing cycle 2 of the 3 90-day cycles that make up the first part of special measures, which is stabilisation. Many of the milestones within this report are loaded towards the end of this cycle, and that's because we're ambitious in how much we want to do. We're trying to cram as much as we possibly can in to make that progress, and that means then that we can't report until late on. I've gone back and just checked with my team to make sure I know where we are at the moment, and we're in the place of around 2/3 of the milestones within this cycle being green at the point of completing this week. I'm pleased with that because we have been ambitious in setting those in the first place. Had we have achieved 100%, then we weren't being ambitious enough. To just provide an element of reassurance before I go on, the 2/3 that we haven't quite completed, the majority of those are close to completion and will, if board is content, roll over into cycle 3, which is the approach that we took from cycle 1 into cycle 2. You'll see on page 5 that there are some clear and tangible examples of progress that are coming through, and that many of those are in clinical areas, not just in the process and structural areas that you would expect as we were stabilising. So we are starting now to see some of those clinical improvements follow through. We are also today publishing the first 4 of the independent reviews that Welsh Government commissioned, alongside our management responses, and board members will recall that they have been through development sessions with committees on this journey. And we have plans in place for publishing the remaining reviews in the beginning of 2024. Our eyes now are on cycle 3 and on standardisation. The aim for cycle 3 is that we have made sufficient stabilisation to then be able to successfully focus upon standardisation. And the chair referred to the importance of standards and standardisation as we move forward. There will still be some areas where we feel there is further stabilisation to be done. It's about there being sufficient stabilisation to then move up a gear into standardisation. Finally, there are 3 small changes that are reported in the paper. They have been through our change process as an organisation. That process allows me to contingently approve them so that we can make progress, but subject then to ratification by board.
Chris, from stabilisation to standardisation. Sounds like something about Star Wars or something. I'm not sure, but we'll come back to that in a minute, I'm sure. Carol.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank Chris and the team who have got an engine room that sits underneath this. So you get a couple of page report, but the depth is there, and hopefully at least some independent members have had a look under the bonnet of some of that. One of the key things for us now as we head into cycle 3, and the end of cycle 3 will come reasonably swiftly, is for us to take a look back over all of those cycles to see where did we start and where have we got to. We know improvement isn't always in a straight line, so we'll have different challenges that have come in during that period, but I'd be very keen for us as a board to take that sort of the 9-month look in due course as well. A couple of things I suspect we might get a question or two about RAG rating, because I think that's come up in feedback about what green means and the challenges on that. Green is on track, but as Chris has just said, one of the issues with writing the report before the report period ends is that some that are green may flip into red. So we will share that. But I think there's something about us getting in the helicopter as well when we're looking at special measures and not just being in the weeds on this, so that we can see what progress has been made, what level of confidence can we have that we've got things in train that may perhaps have not quite got there yet. And I want to underline one thing. We set out back in May, when we first considered the response plan, to be ambitious. And so I would fully expect, with the level of ambition, us not to have 100% green, because that would perhaps mean that we weren't challenging ourselves sufficiently. So thanks for making that point, Chris.
You're going on to bring Gareth in a minute. Before we ask people for questions or comments, can I just ask the both of you then, we talk about, okay, we've gone through the stabilisation period, we're now going into the standardisation. So what does all that mean for the public of North Wales? What does it mean for people who want to use our services? What's the message we wish to relay to them? Any thoughts about that? And as we progressed over the last few months, maybe Chris to begin with, then Carol? I think that's an important message, so we don't get lost in too much of the mechanics of a process. So that's what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it? So, any thoughts on that, Chris?
We have lots of thoughts on that. Thank you, Chair. And those thoughts actually are growing. We thought that the word standardisation was going to be easy to define. In actual fact, there are lots of different ways in which we can view it, and all of those have added colour to the debate. We could quite comfortably focus upon how we standardise how we make decisions in an organisation that has at times had some governance questions to answer, so that then we are assured that we are making the right decisions as we move through, both clinically as well as how we run the organisation. We could talk about how we standardise across North Wales to make sure we don't have pockets of unwarranted variation.
Absolutely.
We are not 3 or 6 or 14 different organisations, but we are one organisation. And how do we absolutely make sure that the learning from this part of the organisation is shared across the organisation? That's where we have learning organisation as one of our outcomes. How do we make sure that we do that so that we minimise any variation? Because what care you receive ought to be the same as the care I receive elsewhere in North Wales. We're unpicking some of the finer detail of that with colleagues across the organisation at the moment, but they, I think, are the main flavours of standardisation.
Thank you very much for that. Carol, do you start?
Just to say, so it's a great discussion, and views welcome, and we're actually meeting the Welsh Government, because of course this was the framing of Welsh Government, rather than our determination. But I've broken down the word standardisation into standards, something that you referred to earlier in your report, and standards being, and standardisation being consistency of the application of standards. so that every time the standard is met. And we talk about things like getting it right first time, you know, those sorts of philosophies and approaches that mean you know what you're going to get and you get that each time and aspiring to that. But you know, there will be a bit of the how do you weigh and measure that, and that conversation will need to happen. But I think the acid test, as you've put it, is how will it be received? What does it mean for the individual person who's maybe accessing services or thinking about their own health?
Yeah. And an awareness amongst all our staff in terms of, okay, standardisation, what does it mean in terms of delivery of service? What is the expectation in terms of standards and quality then? Right, Gareth, Tinessa.
Okay, David. Well, first of all, I just wanted to pick up the point that we've just been discussing and just to say, I'm conscious as well that for ordinary people, if I can put it that way, that some of the stuff we look at probably feels a bit distant. But I personally, I know that you share this, I think, Chair, that I'm absolutely of the view that if you have a dysfunctional organisation, it is not going to deliver quality services. No. And so our first challenge is to make sure the organisation is one that acknowledges mistakes when they happen, that recognises problems, that isn't afraid to bring them up all the way through the organisation, and where therefore we can try and address them. And I don't think, with great respect, that wasn't the organisation of a year ago, I think. So we've got, that's a really big challenge. So leading on from that, I just want to just thank Chris for the up to the minute update, because I think it is quite a challenge that we have deadlines for papers that are, you know, necessarily so far in advance. So having that I don't say roof, say back of the envelope, but a rough view of 2/3. That's on the top end of what it might be from looking at the paperwork. So let's hope that's really encouraging. On the standardisation phase, whatever word we use here, I just want to absolutely endorse what is said about the priorities here. And for me, the two really important things in it are the idea, well, the strategy review, and I don't think I'm being entirely rude to say perhaps review implies that we have a robust strategy, and I think most of us around this table recognise that it's not just reviewing an existing strategy, it's more like putting in place a realistic one with a real set of objectives. And the other one is clarifying the operating model in terms of where decisions get taken. I think those two are really, really important. And I think we do need to recognise, I was very glad, I think, talking about people being honest and putting their heads above the parapet. I think you were absolutely right in what you said at the committee, the two of you, and what you said in the media about let's not think this is easy. And, you know, we may have 12 months for standardisation phase, but it's not all going to be done in that 12 months. And if we can make a good start of it, that is really important. And that just leads to my final point, which I know I've talked to Carol briefly about, which is that one of the things that was in this cycle was the executive review and the review of portfolios. And that's the last two actions in that, I think it's C1 3.1, are ones that haven't been yet done. And I think that's appropriate. And I just wanted an appeal to say, in a way, that is part of the jigsaw of the operating model and therefore the strategy. So while I like to see things ticked off, I don't want us to sort of put the cart before the horse and decide on the executive portfolios before we've decided on how we're organising the business. I know Carol's nodding and I know she agrees, but I did want to make that clear to people. I think it is important. That's what so thank you very much.
I think that's a good example of something wider that we need to consider with special measures, that special measures is a distinct programme. We have to deliver on specific points in it. Absolutely vital that we do, really significant. But we also have to realise that there are other considerations outside of the special measures programme. That's a great example of it, where we then have to say, okay, that's great, that review's happened, we will give that consideration, but it will happen as part of a wider process at the right time and in the right sequence. So that's a good example where I think we need to have that maturity and cooperation with government to allow us to do that. Rhywun arall eisiau holi cwestiwn, please, unrhyw sylw. What is you thinking? Can I just get into the weeds? I'm sorry, because I've always been a little bit confused about this, and it's to do with the recruitment and interview dates and advertising of the CEO, which is in the C1.7, 1.7.8, because it's always noted as being the board secretary. So is that in the right section? Because as someone who's been involved in all of that directly, I've got an opinion on that. But Phil,
yeah, the chair. We've had a conversation about this before outside of this meeting, that it really would be the responsibility of the Deputy Director of People Services. Yeah. I think future appointments is reflected in cycle 3 under either Carol or the Director of People Services. So we have rectified that, Chair, for cycle 3.
Okay, great. Diolch yn iawn. I just wanted clarity on that since I've read it a few times, so that's great. Diolch yn iawn. Claire.
I usually try to keep my questions more strategic, but mine are going to be a bit more in the weeds today. And the first one is, I guess, there's a general point about presentation in the Reds. What would be really good when we see the commentary is I can't see what the revised timeline is to deliver some of those things. So I think for us as a board, it would be helpful to see that we've missed that date, but actually we expect to do it end of next month or the one after. So if those could be thought through in terms of our next reporting cycle, I think that would be helpful. A couple of specifics. It's good to see the improvements in performance on more than 52-week weights and more than 104-week weights, and there's some really good improvements there. I'll look at Adele for this. However, it feels to me like it's a sausage machine and we've pushed something through, but we've now hit another blockage because the treatment is improving, but nowhere near at the same pace. So we kind of have got stuff in the kind of 52% on seeing somebody, but then 20% in terms of people getting referrals through for treatment. So I guess I just need to understand and have some assurance that once somebody's been seen, we are really prioritising people on a kind of urgency basis. So even though that trajectory is not moving as fast, we're confident that those who are more urgent are being prioritised first. I'll do them all at once for you. Then on vascular, we've still got 23 cases of people waiting more than 5 to 6 years. And my understanding about vascular is, and I'm no expert, is it's all quite urgent. So that worries me. So it'd be good to know again how confident that we are that we're going to really be able to transform that area of service rapidly. And then just on dermatology, Adele's raised that with us in committee. We've had conversations. We've seen the recent press release about how we're doing, I think, what Chris had said earlier, looking at something from a whole organisation perspective and making sure our resource meets needs across the whole region rather than distinct geographies. However, I think we had a deadline of the end of October for an options appraisal on that service, and I think it said we were meeting yesterday. So it'd be good to understand, Adele, where we're up to with the kind of future design of the service model around dermatology. Jock.
Do you want to come in on that, Adele? Thanks.
There's 3 questions that I want to actively bring Vic in, who's heavily involved in vascular and dermatology, if okay. In terms of the clinical prioritisation, so we treat in turn, and that is based on clinical prioritisation. So when a GP or anyone else makes a referral in, they will define whether they believe it's urgent or routine. That is then reviewed and validated by the specialist receiving that. It may be downgraded, so it may be referred as urgent, it may be downgraded. Once the patient has then been seen as an outpatient or following a diagnostic, again, they could be downgraded. So they could be urgent after the first outpatient, but then after diagnostic could be downgraded. So we treat in turn based on clinical prioritisation, and there's systems in place. You are right, Claire, in terms of that sausage machine. don't think we're unique as a health board in this regard, but what we're very often doing is chasing some of those figures down. And what we're seeing now is a significant increase in backlog in follow-ups. So this is the importance of the 104-week target, because that is referral to treatment. So it's making sure what we need to do as the stages, the 4 stages, and what we are doing is what is the requirement in terms of timeline for each stage to make sure that we can get the overall pathway down. So that's on the first one. With the vascular, the unbooked and the long waiters that you've picked up on, I think you said 32. The good news is we have a plan, and we're hoping they will be booked next week by a waiting list initiative activity. These are not urgent patients. They're things like varicose veins, and there's been discussions, and Nick may want to add to that. So just to reassure you, they aren't urgent patients. Where possible, they have been booked in. But going back to your previous point, they haven't been prioritised before clinically urgent patients, and that's what we need to be mindful of. But we've got plans to book our vascular extreme weights. On dermatology, end of October versus the session yesterday, the end of October, which was the immediate plan for the West and the pressures in the West, which we met the end of October. It's a fragile plan, as we know, because it's reliant on existing workforce doing more. And then the end of November, the meeting yesterday, is around our service transformation. What's our dermatology service look like moving forward? So that's the discrepancy in dates there, and I don't know if Nick wants to add in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Exactly as Adele describes, huge recognition of Adele and the team for bringing the discipline and the organisation, particularly around that prioritisation process. I think it's only fair to recognise, though, that there's risk within that, because we do that on the basis of the information that we have. But of course, patients who are waiting for a very long time, despite our communication with the patients and their engagement with their GPs, we are concerned, and the clinicians are constantly looking at this as to a patient's condition might deteriorate during that time. So there's no complacency within that prioritisation process. The vascular, exactly as Adele describes. In relation to the dermatology, we were in this room yesterday afternoon with the dermatologists, but also the clinical nurse specialists and the managers, and I think they all recognised it was fantastic for the first time ever for all of the service to be together, and that I think was a really powerful first, and a commitment from that group to put even more focus on the task and finish group to address the urgent suspected cancer patients, and clinical teams, nurse specialists and doctors and operational owning that, but also facilitated by the Getting It Right First Time, the GIRF lead, who came over to us from Norwich yesterday, really looking at the strategic shape of our services. And so quite difficult discussions, but sometimes you need those difficult discussions really to improve things. And I left the meeting with a combination of the size of the task worrying me, but confident that with the commitment of the teams, that actually we'd get there.
Well, rhywun arall efo cwestiwn neu sylw?
Any further questions? Gareth?
I just wanted to offer a comment really on, I think it's quite a thought-provoking question you raised about what does standardisation mean, and particularly through the lens of our public, which is what you said. And I concur with the way Chris has perhaps set out where the debate is, the lenses that we're looking at it through. But I think for the public, this is a case of improvement, and I think that's our key message. So standardisation, I don't think is a word that necessarily excites people.
No.
It's perhaps a measure of where we're coming from. That we're using such phraseology. But for me, the key message is improvement. And it's the demonstration of improvement, I think, is our focus. So it's whatever the interaction our public have with us as a health board, that we're able to demonstrate improvement. So language is incredibly important, but I think the public message is we are improving. We want to continue to improve, but we want to demonstrate that we can.
It's a really good point and sort of underlines the fact that we have to always remember the starting point and where we've been and where we are on the journey. And I think there's also something else which sort of Claire alluded to, improvement. You know, when you're aiming for, I don't know, 80% of something, the first 40% is achievable, and then you start to struggle from 40 to 80, don't you? That's the challenge often in terms of improvement performance. So, and maybe we could experience a bit of that. And that's where leadership comes in, you know. That's where leadership really can make a difference in terms of improving performance. Not just managing something, but leadership. So look forward to seeing more evidence, as you suggested, Gareth, about the improvement for the people who use health services in North Wales. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Rwy'n cwestiwn arall yn sylw arall gan unrhyw un.
Any further questions or comments? If not, the request is for us to accept the content of the report, and in doing so, that we also receive assurance about the progress that has been described, that we approve the actions outlined for the next cycle, the third cycle, and that we approve of the change management and note of the number of reviews by the government, that we note the content of those reviews. Is everyone happy for us to do so? Thank you. And once more, very grateful for the work that has taken place to put all of these in place. We have a talented team, and thank you for all of the work. Next item is the annual report acting together for a healthier North Wales and adopting a health system approach. We welcome to present this item Teresa, and others I think will be a part of this report. I'll ask you to introduce everyone. Over to you. I have a colleague with me and I'll introduce her later. Public health reports have been presented to health boards for many years. And these are independent reports, so it's a privilege to be able to present these to you today, and thank you for the time. Last year, the focus was on mental health. After the pandemic, of course, that had impacted significantly on our population, and we're following that theme to some extent because the pandemic's changed the way that we operate and live, and it has impacted on people, a negative impact in places. Dylan has already mentioned the inequalities across North Wales, and the report touches on that as well. This year, this is the first time I've introduced the report to you as a new chair and to this board. There's a different approach, so we're looking at what we can do. As a health board, we can't answer everything. We can't resolve all of the health problems of North Wales, but in partnership, we can do more. We know that. The team have been full of energy and have wanted to tell you about the approach, the whole system approach that we've taken. And Carrie-Anne Turner, who is a public health advisor and here to give you a short presentation, has led on this work. in the area of healthy weight, which is going from strength to strength, and is working across North Wales. So I take the opportunity to put a report together which reflects on the good work that is taking place. I won't go into detail because Kerry-Ann will talk about those, but I'd like to draw attention to the case studies that are discussed. We're talking about HMP Berwyn and the Dref Werdd in Benefustiniog, the work in Conwy and the schools. Important work. And the whole system approach, I think there are lessons for us as a health board as we go through special measures, because this is a system approach. There is an opportunity to strengthen the great work that is taking place. And I would like, before I pass over to Kerry-Ann, to thank Kerry-Ann and the team who are a part of the health board. And this report has come since the team have been with us. This isn't minor work. If you're interested, there are further links that you can look at. Share the document. We haven't published this, it's online. Share the link, and I'll pause there and I'll ask Kerry-Ann to present and to thank her for all of the work in collecting everything together. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So, as Teresa said, we've focused very much on system working in our latest annual report. Some of you will be really familiar with system working and you'll think, I'm absolutely doing this. And for others, this will be a whole new world. So hopefully what the annual report will enable you to do is start to become familiar with some of the terms that we're using. So I think there's been a lot of work in North Wales on system leadership, but the report really takes you through some of the methodology that we can start to use to evidence how we're effectively implementing system working. Hoping this is going to... So this is hot off the press, the front page of the annual report. So the title is Collective Action for a Healthier North Wales, Taking a Whole System Approach. So an introduction to a whole system approach. So as I said there, some people will be really familiar with this, but what whole system working does is recognise that we're working in complexity, and the complexity we're working in is becoming more and more challenging. So as Teresa described there, we've just come out of COVID, and actually some of the issues that we're faced with are more challenging and complex than ever. So often we call these wicked issues in public health, and there's no one right way of solving them. So it's they're not some of the simple things that other specialties will be working on, and things sound quite complex, but often, particularly within clinical services, we know that we do something and therefore we will get the expected outcome. When we're working with systems, we will do things in systems, and sometimes the system will fight against us. So we have to continually adapt and work with the system and try and understand the system. I think what's crucial for us as a health board is that no one agency can be responsible for solving some of these wicked issues. So it's really, really important that we start to look collectively as a system across North Wales about how we solve some of this. And the examples up there are things like obesity, youth offending, physical activity, mental health and well-being. So all of these are some of the wicked issues that we're trying to tackle together as a collective system. And just along the bottom there is one example of a definition of system working, but if you read the report, there's lots of different examples of definitions to try and get people to have a shared understanding. The other thing about whole system working is that we're starting to introduce different methods and tools for actually implementing system working. So a lot of people have been talking about system working, but then they've really struggled to evidence how they're actually delivering that. So we talk a lot about systems thinking. So I think Carol gave a great example of us getting into a helicopter and maybe hovering above. So looking at the bigger picture and thinking about who else is within the system. There's a lot about system leadership, and I know we as an organisation are very much looking at our skills around leadership. But then there are other tools that we can use that can enable us to start understanding the system more. And one example here is something called system mapping. So you'll see a map up there, and this is a map of the causes of obesity in North Wales. So as you'll see there are 94 causes of obesity. I'm sure you can't see the detail within them, but there are 94 causes of obesity that just a few stakeholders from across North Wales have identified as being some of the factors that we need to start addressing. So we use we use mapping a lot, don't we? We use mapping of assets, mapping of stakeholders, but actually this takes us back to the problem. Often we go into the solution, but we don't really understand what's causing the problem. So the great benefit of system mapping is it enables us to bring stakeholders together and share what they think are the causes of the problem before we then start looking at how we then solve some of those problems. So we're doing some great examples of whole system approaches within the Health Board at the moment, and probably the two most high profile is the whole system approach to healthy weight. And as you'll see there, I gave the example of the map on the earlier slide. And then the other one is the Together for Mental Health strategy. So two key pieces of work that we recognise that as a health board, we're not going to be able to solve on our own. But I think the system can often be guilty that they look to us for the solutions when they need to recognise they need to be part of those solutions. And the diagram there is just a 9-step model of how you start to move through taking a whole system approach. So it's really an evidence-based approach that will take your teams through a process that will enable them to start evidencing how they are taking a whole system approach. So the other thing that I mentioned earlier is that sometimes when we're talking about whole system approaches is that the system will adapt and work against us, and that often if we are making changes in the system, we need to be mindful
of
the impact.
In the 1950s, the Dayak people of Borneo, an island in Southeast Asia, were suffering from an outbreak of malaria. So they called the World Health Organization for help. The World Health Organization had a ready-made solution, which was to spray copious amounts of DDT around the island. With the application of DDT, the mosquitoes that carried the malaria were knocked down, and so was the malaria. There were some interesting side effects, though. The first was that the roofs of people's houses began to collapse on their heads. Turns out the DDT not only killed off the malaria-carrying mosquitoes, but it also killed a species of parasitic wasps that had controlled a population of thatch-eating caterpillars. Thatch being what the roofs of the Dayak people's homes were made from. Without the wasps, the caterpillars multiplied and flourished and began munching their way through the villagers' roofs. That was just the beginning. The DDT affected a lot of the island's other insects, which were eaten by the resident population of small lizards called geckos. The biological half-life of DDT is around 8 years, so animals like geckos do not metabolize it very fast. It stays in their system for a long time. Over time, the geckos began to accumulate pretty high levels of DDT, and while they tolerated the DDT fairly well, the island's resident cats, which dined on the geckos, did not. The cats ate the geckos, and the DDT contained in the geckos killed the cats. With the cats gone, the island's population of rats came out to play. We all know what happens when rats multiply and flourish. Pretty soon the Dayak people were back on the phone to the World Health Organization, only this time it wasn't malaria that was the problem. It was the plague and the destruction of their grain stores, both of which were caused by the overpopulation of rats. This time, though, the World Health Organization didn't have a ready-made solution and had to invent one. What did they do? They decided to parachute live cats into Borneo. Operation Cat Drop occurred courtesy of the Royal Air Force and eventually stabilized the situation.
And I suppose the point of that is just to recognise that there are unintended consequences when we are making changes in a system. Some of those can be really positive. So an example would be during COVID when we introduced children to wear their PE kit when they come to school because of obvious risks around being too close together during COVID, but actually that has been maintained, because what we actually found that one of the unintended consequences was children were physically active for longer, because especially the small children didn't take as long to get changed. So actually it gave them more physical activity time. So some unintended consequences can be positive, others, as we've seen there, can be negative. So it's really important that we think through the impact of some of the decisions that we're making when we're part of a system. And I think for us, particularly now that we are a public health team in the health board, we're really interested in supporting you to understand any unintended consequences, particularly in relation to the health and well-being of the population and the decisions that you're making as a board. But I think for us, some of the key conclusions are that working in complex issues, we need to have a greater understanding of system approaches. We need to support staff to get training in the methodologies and evaluation techniques for this approach. We need to ensure that organisations actually engage in system approaches. So if you get invited to meetings, it's about thinking about, well, what is my role in this system? And often we can say, oh, that's got nothing to do with me because I sit in this bit of the system. But actually it's about recognising your role in the wider system and actually engaging in some of that. And then relationships are crucial. So it's fabulous that everybody is in a room here today, but I think that effective system working, getting to know people, understanding what motivates them, understanding what their interests are and what your mutual interests are is really, really important for achieving system change.
Okay.
Diolch, Carian. Dwi'n meddwl bod yna llawer fwy i ddeud, ond diolch i chi am y cyfle.
I don't think there's much more to say, and thank you for the opportunity. Excellent. Very interesting. I'm very pleased to have been able to hear that presentation. Any comments?
Caroline gynta.
Thank you very much for the presentation, which was very interesting. I've appreciated recently you present a number of messages on social media. I've seen a few of these in relation to keeping fit, keeping healthy. Maybe early to see if that is impacting on the behaviour. But do you have measures to measure efficiency? We always measure the work, and we work closely with the communications team to help us with that, to see if there is a difference. I think it's too early, you're right. This is one aspect, the communication. It's part of the toolkit for me, and I think that's what Kerry-Ann would say. When she's been in discussions with partners, this is part of the work, but you can't rely on that. There needs to be more. There needs to be conversations locally. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just the other point around system working is that the information is really important for the public, but then we need to enable the public to make those healthy choices. So if the healthy options aren't there and aren't available to them, then it's going to be really difficult for them to enact the behaviour that we're advising them to do. So I think it's both angles.
And discover which messages reach that the population that we wish to reach. You know, that's always a question, isn't it? How do we manage to communicate with people? Rwy'n arall, pwy oedd nesa? Nawn ni ddod yn y drefn Rhian.
Next. Rhian, Gareth, Claire. And then we'll finish the discussion with Carol. And Dylan before Carol, sorry. Rhian. Thank you for the report.
And I'd like to thank Kerry-Ann very much. The whole issue of partnership working and whole systems working, it's not new, is it? And I think that just shows how difficult it is to do effectively. And I'm glad to see, you know, the steps you're taking. One thing I just wanted to pick up, because it's not here in the 2023 report, it'll be in the 2024 report, no doubt, is something that was flagged up as one of the special measures things. And Teresa said there that talks about the diabetes project. And I just wanted to flag that up really and say I'm really glad that that's going to be a focus for public health as well, because it is so critical that we can make improvements in that pathway. And it's an ideal vehicle, I think, for this sort of working. So, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you.
Good point. I think the trajectory for percentage of population who will be diabetic in 20 years' time or whatever is huge, isn't it? So that is an important piece of work, as you say. Gareth, wedyn Claire, wedyn Dylan.
Again, I just want to commend you for the work. I think it was a really good report as well, really interesting, and not just a sort of a dry account of this has happened and this has happened. So thank you for that. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things, really related to mental health, and obviously with my new role, I've got a particular interest in that, and I'm looking forward to chairing the Together for Mental Health board, because I think obviously the partnership working is absolutely essential there. And while I absolutely commend the ambitions on, I think it's page 15, about the goal, including of making sure that people get the right support the first time they ask, I think we also need to acknowledge there's a big challenge there. And one of the things I'm very concerned about, as a fairly newbie to this in sort of a work context, but is, the accessibility of talking therapists to people. And I think we really need to think and work through that. And ensure that, I know in some places it is well integrated, but it's well integrated with the primary care system as well. And sort of related to that, and also picking up a theme, I think, from that we had in the patient story is I hope that people, if they haven't read the whole report, just look at the page on, I think it's 19, on the project HMP Berwyn, because I think that is really inspirational, where prisoners and prison officers were trained together in suicide prevention, and basically being a year to listen out for problems, because that shows it's not just other professionals that we can use in that context of preventing harm, but we can use, if I can put that, ordinary people, and as a sort of broad social justice point, I think it's such a good idea to bring both the prisoners and the prison officers together. But it's a reminder that we've got resources out there that aren't just people who are paid to do stuff. And I think with talking therapies, that's particularly important. So, but thanks very much indeed for your work.
Gareth, good point. Claire?
Really welcome report, Diane, really good, and delighted to see a lot of work around system leadership, and I know the public health team have been really focusing on that over the last year. I think it's got learning for other parts of Betsy, so really good, Frianna. I totally agree that when you look at a complex issue like diabetes, a whole system approach is going to be crucial, and that will be a very different way of thinking for particularly clinician type people. So really welcome it, and I want to see it spread widely across the health board. On a more specific point, somebody once said to me that the health board fixes you when you're ill and local authorities keep you well. And I know that's not, it's nowhere near as clear cut as that. And particularly now we have our public health team in the health board, we're getting a much clearer focus around the fact that we're also here to keep people well. However, with austerity, having worked in local government, the first things that council made cuts in 10 years ago, and they're making further ones now, were in leisure services, library services, all of the things that keep people's mental and physical health good in the community. So, and we've talked a lot today already about partnership working, and it's great that the chair's been and met elected members in Ynys-Môn, but we've really got to join together on this, because unless we can, again, from a whole systems perspective, have confidence that the services and the facilities that keep people well in our communities can be maintained, then we'll forever be trying to fix people when they've become unwell. And I think it's going to require a very different approach to resources in the future. And sometimes organisations that through the Regional Partnership Board appear to be working together well. Because of day-to-day pressures, people will say, well, it's not our job to fund the leisure services because the outcomes are going to be felt by health, or, let's be real, those conversations happen when organisations are under huge pressure. So I'd really like to, understand how much the RPB is behind the report, and I guess Teresa and Carol's confidence levels that collectively, even though we're under huge pressure in the public sector right now, that everybody is going to be working positively around making sure, the obesity one will be addressed significantly by services in the community, not by us having an amazing dietetics team. So,
just before bringing Teresa in, on that's part of the wider agenda that the Minister has signalled as well, isn't it? In terms of taking responsibility for our own health. And I think I've described the health system, the pyramid is the wrong way round.
Yes.
Isn't it? So when are we going to make that shift? We tend to struggle because we need to deal with what's in front of us. But are we able to make that shift? When is it going to happen? How can we do it? I was going to ask a question, but I thought I'd better not. But I am going to now. You prompted me, and that is how much of the budget actually of NHS Wales goes towards public health. Teresa, na I droi at y ti unrhyw sylw, a wedyn fydd gan Carol sylw ond Dylan cyn hynny.
Mae'n mynd i fod yn anodd, mae adnoddau'n gwasgu bob man.
It will be difficult. Everyone is under pressure, and this is often Kerry-Ann and I have experience of England and Wales, but this is where is often squeezed. But what, in my mind, we have to work on both. We have to work on the problems today, but we also have to have that strategic mind for the future. It's not 3-5 years, we need 10 years planning. And in relation to the RPB, there is work to be done, but as things squeeze, I think this may be the opportunity. I think the year to come, 24-25 people will have to look at the basics. How do we keep people healthy? How do we put the earlier intervention? I don't think I have the answer at the moment. I see the challenges like you do. So I do hope, as a team, we have to look at the work with our partners.
Really welcome the report, and I think from my point of view, and I would say this, what's really important is how are you supported with data? So what data have we got across our populations? Working with local authorities, housing even, do we know the situation with fuel poverty, for instance? In which of our houses have we got fuel poverty issues? Do we know how much of what populations are obese and not obese, so we can target people appropriately? I guess that's. I think I know the answer to this, but that's the question, because I think that's where we can provide evidence to make business cases for intervention.
So the evidence of what do we do in terms of that, and how do we use that?
So I think it's really challenging in Wales. I think we need a whole system approach actually to just looking at how we are intelligence led. If we should be making decisions based on data and based on need, and currently we're not able to make those informed decisions in the way that we should be able to. I think some of it is around us working nationally with partners on what data should be shared. I think some of it is around data that we're not collecting, and then I think some of it is around putting pressure on the system to release data at a lower level, because if we're going to be able to use our resources effectively, we need to know where we need to be targeting those resources to get the biggest return on our investment, and that will have to be at a place base. We have to go down to community level to know where we need to deliver that targeted intervention to reduce the pressure on the wider system.
Yeah, Carol, over to you to any closing remarks.
Yeah, lovely. Well, thank you, Teresa, and then thank you very much, Kerry-Ann. This is a statutory independent report, and it's right and proper. We've spent time considering it, so really, really good. And my reflection really was about the system thinking, system leadership, system mapping, and all the tools, and how it can maybe sound a bit daunting, but how we can use all of those tools to increase our organisational capability and ability to think in systems and operate in systems. I think somebody said earlier, we can't do this alone. We're a collective, and we've got many of the sort of legislative benefits of being Welsh. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, for example, talks about us working together for the long term and all of those things. But then it's the next layer of, well, how do we do that and how do we operate as a health board? So I think there's something about building our own capability as an organisation, not necessarily just seeing this in one lane either. Whilst this is a public health report, what I was thinking about this was winter resilience, and then you go another layer down and you think, well, it's not just about winter resilience, actually, it's about all year round. Yeah. It's about how we support people to live the lives they wish to live. So we really can use this methodology and approach with partners on some of our big issues. And then I was thinking about systems within systems, and some of the comments that we made a little bit earlier about special measures and standardisation, and one thing happening in one place may have a consequence elsewhere. So I think as a general rule of thumb, this tool, this way of working could be very fruitful for us on our improvement journey. And then just on data, if I may, I think there's been some good work elsewhere in Wales on joining up data, sort of data lakes, data pools, particularly between local authorities and the health service. So there may be things that we can learn from elsewhere. Thank you, diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Ydyn ni yn bodlon derbyn yr adroddiad yna gyda diolch.
I'm really happy to accept the content of the report with thanks for the report and the annual report for 2023. Happy? Great, thank you. Thank you again. Next item, 2.4, financial report that comes every board meeting. Over to Russell, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll take you through the key headlines, if I may, and then more than happy to take questions from board members. So first of all, just to highlight the key change in terms of our overall deficit. So we set off with an original plan of £134 million deficit, and subsequently to the allocations that have been made by Welsh Government, we've received a further £101 million. So our planned deficit has improved to £33 million. There is an ask for us to do a further £13 million worth of additional stretch, and we've been issued a control target of a £20 million deficit, but the plan represents the £101 million that we've received as the additional allocation, and a £33 million therefore deficit outturn. It has made the run rate tables look a bit strange, because we've seen 7/12 of the 101 million all arrive in month 7, of course. So it corrects our position, previously tracking to the 134, but we are now tracking out to the £33 million deficit. Just in regards to what that means for us overall, so that means with the 101 million, we now have £217 million worth of income in our 23-24 position that is flagged as non-recurrent, and of course that means that it's not ours as a right going into the 24-25 financial year. So we are now seeking security around that allocation as we go forward, because that's a clear loss of resource, 10% reduction on our allocation base if that resource was not made available in the following financial year. So that's a key risk as we go forward. In terms of our performance, as a highlight, so we are £24.9 million adverse to plan, and obviously to deliver our control target, we need to recover that position. However, we have seen progress in months. So when I was before you members only 2 months ago, we were running around £5 million a month more, and now that's improved to a circa 1 million. And we are working with teams to move that further so that we move back into budget as we progress to month 8. As I say, we will need to still recover that deficit position. Some of that benefit is the controls that we've put in place, and you'll see non-pay has stabilised, although it's stabilised high, with continuing healthcare and prescribing and secondary care drugs key drivers. You'll also see that our agency costs and controls have come down alongside our pay expenditure. So elements are working. We have completed our review of investments as well, which is also supported, and we will share that information through the next performance information governance committee. I think it's important you have oversight of how that models into the new financial year. So we'll share that through that relevant subcommittee. In terms of the challenge, therefore, as we move to the outturn, we have to recover our year-to-date deficit. We have to improve our run rate still. It's £1 million. It sounds a lot, but we do spend over £170 million a month. So on a proportional basis, it is within our grasp. And then, of course, we have to manage our wage pressures and elective recovery within existing baseline funding. So we are not without challenge as we move forward, and we will be pressured through into the month 8 reporting to produce a forecast outturn position for the financial year through Welsh Government, and we'll be looking at the different measures that are available to us if we haven't got a line of sight. One of the key elements that we've put in since we met last time at board is to move to a review of control targets on expenditure, and those are reviewed through the Executive Delivery Integrated Performance Group. So we are reviewing our expenditure control limits to land our position as an outturn, and all the areas and directorates are aware of those control target issues. I'll briefly talk about capital. Capital's slightly overcommitted, and we do need to manage our capital back into our resource limit. We are doing work with Welsh Government to see if there are any slippage allocations where we can make good that difference. And if not, we will have to target some of our estate work and rationalisation work. Some of it may naturally slip through timeframes for construction works, taking slightly longer than we planned anyway, but we're working on that position. It's not unusual to have a small overcommitment just because of that delay in works and the slippage that naturally occurs. I'll just then touch, if I may, on the savings report. Just to say, I think when I first joined the board, it was fairly low in terms of our delivery. We have made dramatic strides. We've got close to the £25 million that we target. We have £20 million that are green, £23 million worth of schemes in place, but that includes about £3 million of red and amber schemes. We've also been notified through the value and sustainability work and the other work that's been undertaken within the health board itself that we've got savings on biosimilars and drug use, and that should net us a further £2 million into our plan. So our overall programme is touching the 25 million, which we wanted it to do so, and I'm hopeful that next time we meet I'll be able to report we've moved the red and the pilot schemes into the correct categorisation for us, and that we can report that £25 million as green as we go forward. And then the final item for me, if I may, Chair, is just this is the reason that the paper is in this section and for decision, as opposed to where it normally sits for information and discussion. We are required to make good or notify for strategic cash support. So we would have had to have written that letter anyway, because we will have a deficit. Our control total deficit is 20 million. Our running deficit is 33 million. We have requested £52 million of strategic cash support availability. That takes into consideration what we believe is our current risk to delivery of that outturn, so we will have sufficient cash available to close the financial year. I think that's a prudent way of managing the cash holdings as we move forward with the risks that we have in delivery of the plan. But we are required to gain support from the Health Board for that recommendation, and that's before committee today.
Great. Russell, that's really informative and an opportunity for any questions. The task for us is to receive and scrutinise this report, support the proposed adjustments to the capital programme as Russell has described, and also, again, as just been mentioned, approve the request for the strategic cash support from government. Can you need any unrhyw gwestiynau?
Before we do so, any questions? Then Mike.
I can't really grasp the importance of it all. One thing that did leap out at me, though, when you were looking at improving the savings plans, is that the IHCs and some of the services are not improving the service plans. And you say they continue to report that the transformation is required to unlock significant benefit. Now, that worries me when we're now month 8 out of 12, and no transformation is going to happen significantly in that 4 months. And it's picked up later on, actually, in the performance report, a few pages down, where we talk about expenditure control and having to live within resources. And I just wondered how you've got a grasp on that. You know, I realise how difficult it is when you're faced with the demand that's sitting in front of you every day. But what sort of controls are you using, and are you going to get there in 4 months?
That's I was going to say $64,000 question, but it's a bit more than that, isn't it? So.
I mean, we've had a full engagement process across all the directorates and areas. We've looked at the expenditure that is currently being incurred, and we have targeted slight benefits in terms of improvement. But you're quite right, the reality is those are all very here and now measures, and this isn't going away. I mean, the reality is £425 million was issued across into NHS Wales from other government departments. And the very real elements and decisions that have been taken by those departments are felt by the wider population. So I know the figures are really big and it does look like that monopoly board, but the reality as to what those decisions make and how important it is that we use every pound wisely is very evident for our local population. For me, I think there's an opportunity for us to get there, but this isn't a this year ask and it isn't a here and now ask. And the reality is transformation is absolutely needed as we build our blocks for now. We can't start the 1st of April in the new financial year in a position where we are again trying to, if you like, take little bits and bobs here. I think there are some key decisions we will need to take as a board as we move forwards as to where our priorities lie, in order to support some of that transformation work. And I know some of the team that are out in the divisions now with PMO support and working within Chris's team as to how we can support directorates and divisions with some of that transformation on the ground work. We've also engaged with Welsh Government, so the value and sustainability work I think is really important for us to be very close to. The 5 themes around that alternative workforce modelling, looking at continuing healthcare provision, of course, prescribing secondary care drugs, all those elements that are driving our costs, are driving other people's costs throughout the health board. And so engaging in those work streams, I think, is also very important for us, and seeing the feedback and using the support that is out there to help us.
I'll bring Mike within Gareth, and I know Carol has some comments as well. So, and then Claire. Mike.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Russell. Huge amount of detail in this. One thing that attracted my attention is the almost all of the in-month cost pressure is from pay pressures above planned assumptions, 1.2 million. It's also the biggest item in year-to-date cost pressures. Is that a consequence of pay settlements that the board hasn't been fully funded for it, or is it simply a consequence of the high use of locum and agency staff? I was wondering. It's just such a big ticket item.
Yeah, so we are doing a piece of work. Settlements are not yet agreed, so there may be some elements around pay pressures that exist outside of national funding allocations, but predominantly it is because of premium working and covering shifts and essentially additional pressures that we're experiencing from emergency demand, which are effectively facilitating us needing to use our additional capacity in terms of bed complements. So we're seeing it mainly being driven through that performance arm and therefore having to use that premium working because we don't substantively employ for that increased capacity that we're currently servicing.
Well, Gareth, what do you think?
Just very quickly, I mean, I'm glad to hear, Russell, that we'll get the figures on what rigor has sort of generated at the PFA. I know they've got to be properly validated, but I get a bit frustrated sometimes that the executive gets to see these things and then we sort of have to wait a bit. But no, thanks for that assurance anyway.
There's something about that.
But the one substantive question I got was linked back to this question of the responsiveness of the organisation to savings targets. And I think in the report, I can't find exactly where it is now, but you say that there was a target for all divisions to come forward with a 2024-5 savings plan by today, 30th of November. But at the time of writing, I think it was a very small minority in done so. So are we going to get most of them, do you think, by today? Are you optimistic? For the point of other people, just to bear in mind, because we had a discussion at the PFIG about this, for this year's savings, the targets kept on slipping. We gave them targets and we didn't get stuff back for, until we moved the target back 3 or 4 times, I think. So is it shaping up slightly better now, or?
So I think the focus is very different. I think the focus and the delivery is different. So the Executive Delivery of the Integrated Performance Group is going to be the forum that drives that forward. I don't think we had a vehicle to drive it, and that's on all fronts in terms of performance. That isn't just financial performance. But it's very important for us to understand how we're going to deliver as we go forward. We had a really good session yesterday with senior leadership where we debated we can't be in a position 16 weeks from now where we've not got those savings articulated. And I think there is a real understanding, actually, certainly through that senior leadership team, and it is permeating down through the organisation, that we do. Unfortunately, there isn't any more resource, and the messages are not, and the signalling is not good for the following financial year in terms of allocation. So we do need to do things differently, and we do need to work within our allocations. And do I believe those savings schemes will be there tomorrow? I would not be able to give the health board that level of assurance, of course. Do I think it's been taken seriously? And do I think the next time we meet, we will have made significant progress? I would absolutely believe that we would look to do so.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
That's good to hear. Claire, did you want to raise anything?
Mine was a similar kind of cultural question, but I'll just ask my other one, which clearly transformation is going to be the key for the future in living within our means and delivering excellent services to the people of North Wales. But kind of right here and now, and I'm not going to ask my question to you, Russell, because you don't spend the money, do you? It's everybody else that does. You just have to report on it. But if I was in Welsh Government shoes, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, so we carry 170 beds, don't we, at the moment, that are above capacity, and that is a huge part of our extra spend. Yeah. Would it be worse to miss the savings target or to not hit the spend target? Or would it be worse for our patients to suffer because I'm trying to get my head around. Yes, we've got to transform, absolutely. But right now we're trying to address huge backlogs, improve services, and live within our means and deliver significant savings. Not all of which are just kind of cut in here and there, but are kind of changing the way that we work. So I kind of know what you're going to say, which is we have to do both. But it's a real challenge, isn't it? Welsh Government expect us to live within our means, and Welsh Government expect us to improve services for the population of North Wales. And as a board, we want to do both those things as well. But
can I just add to that? Of course, you've got the conundrum that you've got 170 extra beds being used, and the last figures I saw was a couple of months ago, there were 300 beds being used by people who don't need to be
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. And that's an ongoing issue. that-
I think that's time to bring Chief Exec. So,
Marvellous.
But that's been
Really glad you got this job.
really summarised well by Claire there, where we are and how we've got to try and do that balancing.
So there's a couple of things to say, to some extent we are absolutely in the year, here and now, needing to reduce costs. We know the wider country issues on finances, so that the action that we're taking now would not necessarily be the actions we want to take into the future, and so we've got a bit of a twin track here. We've got to do our very best to get to the control total in year, whilst we are building a more systematic approach to managing money. And that means culture, discipline, how we allocate money to get the best out of both improving health and well-being, but also providing excellent services. That's what our duty is. We also need to be really, at times, as you said earlier, tipping the system on its head, because spending a lot of money staffing 176 additional beds for people who are stuck in hospital, that's not good for anyone, particularly the patient. So how might we change that for the future? And then added to that, I'm sure we're going to come on to the planned care performance, is that has an onward impact then into planned care, which means we have to buy additional activity. So it's all adding up. And you're absolutely right, we do have to balance it all. And that is a challenge. And we've been having conversations about our multiple duties, both on finance, but on quality, on access, etc. So we're balancing that. And that is quite challenging. Can I just agree that in terms of our organisational journey, I do think that our senior leaders now understand the position. I think it's well understood. We've got some lovely graphs with some great pictures on it, and I think Rest keeps presenting those, and we're understanding it. I think the big task now is what are we going to do about it in meeting all of those duties, but in a sustainable way. We've got a lot of money, is what I say. How we use that is probably the challenge, rather than, I think, what might have been happening is we reach out to government to expect the government to give us more money when we want to do something additional. That's not there, so we will have to change. But it is a big task, and there's a big focus on this. And I think as we come through now into January, and certainly by March, we'll have to bring forward the plan. I think budget's not been set or agreed at Welsh Government yet, but I'd be surprised if we get any more money than what we've had now. So if you like a flat allocation, which of course in essence is a reduction.
Diolch yn iawn. Reit, ydyn ni wedi drafodaeth yna ar adroddiad.
After that discussion, and the purposeful and helpful questions, are we happy to accept the content? Okay, we'll have a short break, I think. It's just after 11:30. 10 minutes to relax for 10 minutes, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes time. 11:42. No later. Thank you.
When our IT colleagues let us know it's okay to go. We're running slightly late, so we'll try and catch up a little bit. Iawn, croeso nôl, a diolch am ail ymuno â ni wedi toriad. Yr eitem nesaf ar yr agenda yw eitem 2.5 a'r adolygu cynllun ffrwyo, a dwi eto am droi at Russell. This is your item, I think, Russell, about the review of our scheme reserve delegation, so to do that, please. Diolch.
Thank you, Chair. So, really just to highlight that the standing orders were endorsed, of course, through board in September. The standing financial instructions and scheme of delegation, which are the two documents that we'll be looking for endorsement today, both of which have been developed and are integral parts of that standing orders. They do form our governance framework, very, very key documents for us to operate within. The documents themselves, the scheme of delegation, firstly, that one has been discussed through our executive teams, been developed through oversight and review with our Welsh Government colleagues. They are standard documents as well, that all health boards will have received through Welsh Government for review. We've also gone to the audit committee. All of those documents have been endorsed for recommendation by the board to endorse through the audit committee forums. We have reviewed the scheme of delegation document still further though, and that was an action following the audit committee. And we've made two key changes really to the documentation. So the first one is for appointment of external organisations or suppliers for external appointments, and that's going to go through the executive oversight committee. So that's a slight change from where we were before in terms of delegation. And then the second one is the business cases for revenue and capital development also have executive oversight. Of course, that will flow through the natural approvals to relevant subcommittees and onwards to board, depending on values. But all of them will have executive oversight before they progress forwards. And we thought those two elements just increase the control environment, bearing in mind our current financial circumstance. The reviews themselves will be, the reports themselves will be reviewed in 6 months. Through natural review anyway, so we may release those, depends where the organisation finds itself. And then in addition to that, following today, we will be updating all our electronic systems following approval to make sure that those delegated limits are set within our systems of governance and oversight. So orders and procurement follow those exact delegated limits as we move forwards. But also there'll be a wider comms and a wider engagement with the organisation, just to make them aware of the responsibilities to live within those revised scheme of delegations as well. Let's take any questions, Jim.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn? Os ple?
Diolch. Just one thing really, I suppose would have been useful to have seen by track changes what's changed, but I'm reassured that the audit committee has had a thorough review of these documents. The delegated authorities for me seem really quite low for an organisation of our scale and scope, and I really do support tighter controls at a time of crisis, and so I'm really supportive of you saying we'll look at those again in 6 months. But do Welsh Government also set what is allowed to be delegated? So spend levels for me here are, for different seniorities, and it means a lot of stuff comes to board, a lot of stuff goes to committees, and there's low levels of delegation to the ordinary parts of the business, really. So 2 points, I guess. One, supporting tighter, I suppose I'm saying two opposites, really. Right here and now, yes, absolutely. Whenever an organisation needs to find significant savings, it's natural to escalate where control sits. But generally speaking, you want an organisation where you have high levels of trust of people to get on and do things, high levels of accountability for doing it right, and then the job is to kind of check those measures and balances rather than have everything escalated up to, which is why you end up sometimes with board papers of 800 pages. So.
Okay. Any comments either from Russ or Carol on that?
So I'm happy to pick up. It's interesting because when I went through this, I thought the controls were were too high. If I'm honest, you know, and for two reasons really. One, primarily because our internal control environment is underdeveloped at this stage, and we've had a number, as we know, of governance issues, and so that on that basis. The other, because I think that we're still under development in terms of authority, autonomy and accountability systems in the organisation. And it relates just to the report we've had before about financial discipline and our systems and processes. So I think you're absolutely right, Claire, in terms of where the ambition would be to have high autonomy, high accountability organisation, but we're not there yet. So we need to just draw a couple of things in, keep it under review and see where we go.
Thank you.
No? Caroline?
Yeah, thank you very much for the paper. I mean, I'm new to the board, so I haven't been involved in previous work on this. But there's a clear link for me between the delegations and the discussion we had on the last item about the budgets and where we currently are. I'm looking for assurance, really, that yes, the delegations have been reviewed and hopefully the set is now appropriate and correct for the organisation. But crucial as well is the people issue. You know, we've got clear leads identified, but are they trained? Are they clearly aware? Are they supported? Not just in terms of the people around them, the line managers, but also in terms of finance colleagues, so that they know where to go to. Are the IT systems clear in terms of how and when things are approved? I think all of those are really crucial to make sure that the delegations work appropriately to help the whole organisation manage the budgets appropriately.
Yes, to give you the assurance, so all of the delegations have been engaged through the wider organisation with the service leads, and the chief finance officers have brought those figures back and determine those values for individual components of the organisation. So I think the health board's in a good place in that regard. I think there is a level of debate and training that's needed and dissemination of that throughout the organisation, because a lot of the caveats are I actually think they are quite high in terms of where we find ourselves financially. So you have high delegation, but it is restricted to within your budget allocation. And of course, we are in a deficit position, aren't we? So understanding that and interpreting how you apply that in the current climate is really important. And I think that's the training gap. And so that's what we need to engage and make sure individuals are really clear about where their delegation stops and where they need to seek that additional support.
Well, Carol, on that point?
I just wanted to say we've discussed the implementation plan and deployment, because we can have all the policies, procedures, all of that in the world, unless they get implemented appropriately. So, for example, it is mandatory for budget holders to have procurement training, for example. Let's keep the record, let's see where we are with that. And I think the audit committee will, and Karen's not here today, but we'll have oversight of the implementation.
Well, pawb yn hapus, felly gyda'r argymhellion.
So everyone happy with the recommendation? Thank you. Next report then, please. 2.6. Which is another one for you about the standing financial.
DLJ, standard again. So these are remaining fairly standard actually through Welsh Government issue. The one key difference here and the one focus that we've put forward, and this was some debate through audit committee at the time as well, is to make sure that single tender waivers where we are absolutely assured we are A, engaging the market appropriately, and B, securing value for money for all of those placements that we make. And that is the exception and not the rule as we move forwards. So we strengthen that particular aspect within the standing financial instructions. The rest are fairly standard actually in terms of delivery and oversight.
Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiwn? Os nad
Any
oes,
questions? If not, is everyone happy to approve?
diolch yn fawr.
Thank you.
Ymlaen 2.7.
We'll move on to the next item.
Cymeradwy a meddygon adran 12 Cronfachau 2. Hwn yn eto yn adroddiad sy'n...
The next report is again a report that is a regular report for approval, and Nick, I think, is presenting this report.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a regular report, as you say, Chair, outlining our delegated responsibility to approve maintain the list of approved clinicians in Section 12.2 clinicians on behalf of the whole of Wales, both the health boards and the private health providers. It's done under draft directions from Welsh Government, and we are currently making a significant progress in ensuring those directions moved away from the current draft process. It's an unusual report, Chair, because whilst we present it quite rightly in the public domain, the reasons that clinicians are added to and taken away would not be appropriate to discuss in private, because of course they're easily identifiable from the appendices. But we're happy to take any questions. The process is significantly quality assured by colleagues in Welsh Government, and we're currently looking at a peer review with one of the 4 English boards that carry out the same process within England, to give us further assurance. So happy to take any questions, but in relation to the individual decisions, that's probably best taken in private, if that's okay.
Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiwn?
Just Gareth, I appreciate exactly what you say, Nick. So I'm not asking about individuals. I just wanted to be clear that in Appendix 2, where it's removed, it says removed left Wales. The Appendix 1, it just says removed. There are a variety of reasons why people can be removed rather than...
They are, and they're standardised across the UK.
Yeah, okay, but perhaps we'll discuss that elsewhere then. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr. Rhywun arall? Os nad oes, ydy pawb yn hapus i dderbyn adroddiad yna?
Is everyone happy to accept that report, please? And the amendments to the register. Thank you.
Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa.
Next item.
Sef cynllun Witnwch y Gaea.
So winter resilience. There is a presentation in addition, and I'll turn to Adele.
I think Adele, so look forward to hearing what you have to say in any presentation to
I wasn't going to go through the slides of the presentation. They're in the public domain as well, and I'm assuming they've been read. So I was going to pick out some core elements, if that's okay, particularly around the challenges, some of the core risks and mitigations that we've put in place as part of winter planning this year. Inevitably, colleagues will come in, because this is very much a team sport when we come to system pressures and winter planning. So, as you can see from the report, the board is asked to discuss today and note the risks and mitigations. As you will see from the slides, and as you will know from various discussions at the subcommittees, the risks are significant. We are in a very different position, I would argue, at the minute going into winter this year. And that is for a number of reasons, not least, I've been doing winter planning and system flow and management for many years now, but it doesn't feel like we have a summer, spring and winter anymore. It's all year round, and Claire referred to the additional 176 surge beds open, additional capacity in the system. They've been open since last year, and we haven't been able to bring them down. That impacts not only on our ability to plan going into winter and having that additional capacity to rely on, but also our workforce, who are not getting that, period of respite, for want of a better phrase, throughout the summer period. Clearly, the financial climate this year we've heard about, and that provides challenges not just for the health board, but for our partners as well. So local authorities have been very clear that it's business as usual because of the financial climate and the constraints they have.
And in addition to that, we are anticipating, following a ballot, a potential industrial action for junior doctors and a 72-hour strike in the new year. So these are new challenges which are posing themselves. In terms of the approach, whilst there's no formal requirement this year to submit a winter plan to Welsh Government, as you would anticipate, we have approached it exactly the same way, and I would argue the planning has commenced earlier this year, and we have ensured that the MDT, a multi-organisational and team approach to planning, has been there since day one. Planning started, I would say, in May, when there was a summit, a winter summit, led by the Executive Medical Director, to learn from last year. And that has informed a risk-based approach for the winter plan going into this year. What were the risks? What was the learning from last year? And therefore, how do we approach that in a risk-based way? So in terms of some of the specifics that are covered off in the slides, as you will see, we know that the risks in terms of the system are very evident and very visible inside and outside of the emergency departments. But what we also know is the system risks are across the entirety of the system, whilst they're most visible there. We also know that the solutions are across the system, therefore, and what the plan tries to do, and you'll see the way it's been broken down, is look at that whole system approach. What needs to be done in primary care, community care, with our partners, with WASC colleagues, local authority colleagues, not just our acute hospitals where our pressure is visible. So you'll see from the slides, we've given examples of specific pieces of work that has been undertaken as part of this planning. Some of that is business as usual, but when we say business as usual, it's work that from the learning, we have strengthened services already in place. We've reviewed services already in place, following on from the learning previous years and throughout the years. And then there are other specific examples of where we are looking and we have put in place increased focus or increased support. So for example, some of those in primary care, we've made a conscious decision to relocate GP out of hours back to the Ysbyty Glenclwyd site to ensure there's increased opportunity there to redirect patients who don't need to be sitting in ED departments and getting more timely access out of hours. And similarly, we're increasing GP presence at the front door in Ysbyty Glenclwyd, where we know there's some specific issues at the minute in terms of that clinical streaming, again, to enable that potential redirection and turnaround of patients much quicker. And there are various examples. We have done a significant amount of work this year, I would say, throughout the year with our care homes, recognising that access to health support, clinical support and advice by our care homes is really important to prevent residents escalating and then being conveyed in by ambulance. So Conway Care Home Service is a real good example of this, where they've expanded the workforce model in their in-reach support to include advanced nurse practitioners, rather than just relying on our GP colleagues, going back to the discussions earlier. And also media care, which is a service we got in place, but we've increased that offer since October, and we're running that now. We're providing 24/7 clinical advice to 15 care homes across North Wales to, again, provide that specialist advice to try to avoid unnecessary conveyance into hospital for those residents. And there are examples throughout. Respiratory has been a significant focus, and there are pilots, but they're pilots that are already, we're seeing the benefits of, for community respiratory hubs, for example. In this one in St Asaph, which meets weekly, every Tuesday, and new and follow-up patients are seen closer to home. And again, we're helping them manage their conditions, trying to avoid unnecessary attendances and more manageable for the individual patients. So the examples are there. A real focus this year has been on the elective care. Going back to the discussion earlier again, the competing priorities which we know we have, and how can we protect that elective position, given we know we have backlogs and waiting lists in elective care. A lot of this has come out of the learning from COVID-19 and the local options framework, and that has informed a revised full capacity protocol. So we now have a revised protocol for the 3 district general hospitals in North Wales, where it's clear and visible to everyone who's involved in the management of the flow what the triggers are, firstly to avoid escalation, but secondly the order of decision making to avoid, wherever possible, based on a risk assessment, the cancellation of electives. Inevitably, there will be times where electives will be cancelled. But what we're looking at now is, rather than reacting to that, being proactive, and via the work that's gone on between the operational teams and the clinical staff, is how can we then, at very short notice potentially, flip that activity to day case activity, so we're not reliant on the bed, or outpatient activity, so we still continue to see our patients. It's not, as it's been in previous years, just cancel elective activity. We understand the impact that has on those patients. So workforce constraints we know about, and these are particularly challenging, it's fair to say, going into the winter periods, that plus industrial action. But again, workforce colleagues have been heavily involved in the development of the winter plan. And alongside that, what we've agreed to do as an executive team is up the ante, I would say, in terms of senior leadership and visibility and executive leadership going through the winter period, which starts tomorrow, we're saying, even though I've said it's all year, up until the end of January. So a gold command has been set up in Carlton Court. There will be twice daily huddles with executive colleagues, not just the operations director, where the position across the system, the pressures across the system are visible, which will allow for that early support by the executive team, and challenge, where appropriate, to avoid the sites and the system escalating further. And again, we've had discussions, and we're going to be out there on the sites, not just the DGHs, but the community hospitals, etc., and making sure we're visible over winter. And there's quick, there's timely decision making at the highest level of the organisation to support our staff. So the other thing, which is vitally important, and we picked this up, I should have said, we had a board development session on the winter plan, which was really, really helpful, and it has informed this version. But one of the core issues, I think, that came out of that was the communication we do, and do our public know where and when they can access minor injury units, for example. So I'm going to hand over to Helen, if that's okay, just to run us through the winter plan, comms and engagement.
You'll see in the presentation that there is a very well-oiled machine that sits behind this, and over the years we've got better and better at doing that, and that of course is with the support of social media as well. So we can target very specifically areas, communities. You may yourselves be members of a Facebook community group. We can dip into those where we know there might be pressure. A good example might be the other week where we knew the bylaw was experiencing significant pressure in ED, and so we put out extra sponsored adverts into those communities that highlighted the alternatives, not telling people that ED was busy, but showing them that there were alternatives available. So that's definitely part of our armour, if you like. We are supporting the national campaigns. We jump on the back of those. It's already in the calendar and is set to go on certain days at certain times when we know there are significant likely pressures for all these things to happen. So that is, that happens. We don't need to worry about that. What are we doing in addition to that, I think is probably what you would be asking of us. You may have spotted on ITV last week, there was a package. It was the 6:00 news. It was the lead piece. We were approached to, can we come to your ED and show the pressures? And the team said, how about we do a piece that's about why there are pressures on ED and how that is managed and the flow throughout the hospital. So a different perspective, helping to educate people and then understand why sometimes there can be pressures at that front door, and it's important to act differently. And we are also thinking how we can get into communities with some newsletters. So we're doing all of these, taking all that messaging and then pushing that through the different channels and networks that we work with. I think we also did a video last week which went out across on socials, which was one of our doctors talking about the importance of vaccine uptake in order to look after yourself this Christmas. So there's a broad range of work here, and it flits between supporting people to stay well at home and in their community, through to where to go if you need some help in the moment. We will never reach everyone all the time because you're not necessarily looking for it in that moment of need. So there's something about working with communities for them to help understand what to do in those moments.
Can I just add one last thing around safety, please, Chair? The last thing from me, I think it would be remiss of me or the board to say that we have absolute assurance sitting here that we will not have increased escalation or pressure over winter. And knowing that, there has been a significant amount of work undertaken, including the clinical executive leads, focusing on safety in our emergency departments, safety in our medical assessment units, sustainability with our GP practice and escalation if they need support, because we can't just sit here and say, you know, there won't be pressures. So the presentation includes a number of things we're doing to keep an eye on and ensure we're identifying those risks, safety issues early, and that there's actions and support there to mitigate.
So there is well where so early intervention you're absolutely right to make that point, so I'm glad you made that. Thanks for going through that report. Very comprehensive, very informative, and gives us an idea of our approach and how we're going to try and work with all parts of the system, as you've said, over the next couple of months. So, and thanks, Helen. There is a great social media campaign. It is lots of coverage. I think at one point it would be quite interesting to see what feedback we get on that and how effective it is in terms of behaviours. That would be interesting sometime, wouldn't it, to discover some of that. Felly, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw, dwi'n gael Rhian yn gynta. Rhian.
Yeah, a huge amount of work and a huge task, I can see that. What we can see, and maybe it's in somewhere else, is if you've got, or if we've got so many beds filled with people who used to be called delayed transfers of care, what action are we and our partners doing to try to move that, to unblock some of the capacity? Because that would obviously make a difference, wouldn't it, if we could do that? And I've seen it from the other side, from the social care side, so I know it's not an easy one, and I'm sure Caroline knows extremely well from a local authority point of view as well. But it has to be something that the whole system's got to get to grips with, isn't it? So I just wondered, is there anything going on? I'm sure there is, but it's not actually in here or identified amongst the risks.
And we mentioned it in other discussions, haven't we, this morning already, and it is something that is focused on quite a lot. And I suppose the question is, what progress can we make? I don't know what your thoughts are, Adele, on that.
It's hidden in there. It's referred to as MAID, which is multi-agency discharge event, which we're planning at the minute now for pre-Christmas and post-Christmas. So as we know, we've got very developed systems in place for pathway of care delay, monitoring, reporting, and that MDT approach. daily and formally weekly, led by nursing, reviewing all of these patients. Okay, and social care are involved in that. We also then appreciate the constraints on social care in terms of those discharges. But my, if you like, challenge and question to the IHCs have been, okay, what are you going to do differently over the next couple of weeks in this regard? So the MAID is going to focus on all of our patients who are currently in our system over 21 days length of stay. I have now got a list of that, every one of those patients, and what we're looking for via these MAID events. And I'll be involving directors of social care in this in terms of the escalation process, is what is everyone waiting for? Some of it will be within health alone, and I'll be looking for assurance, what are we doing? This could be the solution to bring in, just carving out some surge capacity. If we could get 1 or 2 beds on each ward, then that would be our opportunity. But that is the increased focus that we're looking at pre and post-Christmas.
O'r iawn. Unrhyw un arall yn rhyw cwestiwn sylw? Gareth?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, I thought just on form, I thought this was really helpful because it was a manageable and digestible piece of work, so thank you for that. I really appreciated it. Just 2 things really, both of which I think you've commented on, Adele. One, I had the privilege, I think it was, of being in a meeting about primary care, and you know, I think there's a lot of scope, perhaps not just in the winter time, but looking longer term ahead, for how can we use minor injuries units, particularly perhaps when I know we've got a GP out of hours service, but when GPs surgeries are closed, to offer a broader range of services. Because particularly in a rural area, that seems to me a really critical part of the jigsaw. So I hope we can, I know there is work going on, but I just want to highlight that. And the other thing I just say, I really, really welcome the measures around elective care and the lists of daycare patients, because we obviously can't afford to do what I understand happened last winter, where basically we just didn't do any, and we had some very highly skilled and very highly paid resources in terms of staff sort of sitting around twiddling their thumbs, and you know, I don't think we could defend that as a board. So thank you for focusing on that as well. So
certainly.
I didn't mention it, but the other thing that we've been doing is the twiddling the thumb, and I'm sure no member of staff, that's certainly not through their doing, but the IHCs are working with all of their frontline staff and clinical staff. Where lists do go down and we're not able to replace them with daycares, etc., or outpatient, then they will be redeployed to provide additional specialties and expert advice at the front door, on the wards, to expedite discharges, etc. So again, that's the learning from last winter and how we've approached that. Sorry, Jim.
No, important point. And the point you made about MIU is, you know, it's a resource that we can perhaps look at.
I think it's interesting. I was just doing a quick Google, actually. I mean, most of them are open 7 days a week, but actually, actually, when you really need them is to divert people from emergency care is in evenings at weekends, isn't it?
That's the issue for them, MIUs, and quite a few people raise that limit too. Rwy'n arall unrhyw gwestiwn, os nad oes, yna gawn ni dderbyn y adroddiad ar.
If there are no further questions, we'll accept the report on the recommendations, and thank you for the excellent work that has taken place to reach this point. We're keen to do everything we can in the next few months. Anything we can do.
Dyn ni'n gwybod am y pwysau sydd ar bobl yn ystod.
We know the pressures. And happy to give support. And to see this work developing not only in the next month, but as many of you have mentioned, for the rest of the year as well. Thank you. We'll move on to the next report. If I'm right, it's the report by Gareth as the chair of the Performance, Governance and Information Committee.
os oes gynno fo unrhyw sylwadau fi ddwy'n gan y bron. Gai hefyd
Could I also congratulate Gareth for his new post as the Vice Chair of the Health Board, having been through a process and interview, and the minutes is approved that appointment. And we're very pleased about that. Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't need to delay much on this report. I think we did have a sort of light bulb moment about, it's perhaps you are all still relatively new, even if I'm newer in this role than as a board member, about this question about what I think we'd all been struggling with the board assurance framework and trying to get our heads around how that worked risk-wise, when our head of internal audit sort of said, well, the real problem is you don't have strategic objectives. And when we thought about it, we thought that is actually true, which comes back to my earlier comment. So all of these things that I mentioned, I think, are important. But that, for us, and it wasn't just for me, I think Claire, you and Mike, it was the same. That makes sense. That's why we're struggling to have a board assurance framework which is about what can go wrong in terms of our strategic objectives, because we're not clear what they are. So, that's like big challenge number one of quite a long list, but here we are. I'm happy to take any questions, obviously, if there are any issues people are interested in.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Na. Carol.
I just wonder whether I should respond to that, because we've sort of left that there. And you will see, because the annual report, progress report is coming up, but there were 18, 19 strategic priorities, but you're absolutely right in terms of the anchor of a strategy that is felt to be extant, with very clear well-being objectives, that is not there. Chris referred earlier, Russ referred earlier to a session we held yesterday as a senior leadership team, where we were starting the conversations and we're sort of watering those about the 3-year plan coming through, and having that small number of strategic objectives that we create as a board. I think we're pretty supportive of that approach, so that that task can indeed be completed effectively.
Caroline, dros at ti.
O'n i'n meddwl bod y pumed bullet point
I thought the 5th bullet point was particularly pertinent and something that we've already discussed on a number of occasions. It is a concern to see parts of the organisation not being able to reach deadlines, because it then impacts on managing the impact and so on. So just to note that, I'm glad that the committee have appreciated that. If not, could we thank Gareth and the committee for their detailed work, and if everyone is happy to accept the content of the report, thank you. Similar item next. The audit committee, Karen is not here. She's apologised. We'll look at the report and anyone can ask questions. The members may be able to answer, or other officers who've been tied to this work. Phil?
I think it's important to note that the audit committee also triangulated that point about the board assurance framework, which was really useful. Gareth has mentioned before, and it is reflected in the corporate governance report as well, so that's useful. I think it's worthy of note that many of the items that were discussed and reviewed and scrutinised at the audit committee are reflected in the corporate governance report that's on the agenda, as they are in Russell's reports on the SFIs and the SWORD and the financial position. So hopefully there's an opportunity for a bit more detail there if required, Chair, as well. Worthy of note, I think, as well, that in tracking the recommendations from very historic audits is a focus for the Audit Committee. And, we need to be honest that, that hasn't been well delivered over the last few years. And the Audit Committee placed a great deal of importance and focus on that, which picks up, the theme from Caroline's point, really, which I think is important for us to note in that report.
Gareth? Although I'm not disagreeing that there was nothing to be escalated to the board, I do think I wanted to mention this question that is in the report about the report on falls management, which was worrying. I think I know your colleagues agree, Mandy, with that. But also the particular point that was raised about the low volume of RIDDOR incident reports that we're making. It really is important that we check that out, isn't it?
And we may have something to say about that later as well. Rhywun arall? Os nad oes pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad ag eto
So everyone happy to accept the content, and thank you very much again to the members of that committee and the officers for their work. Thank you. Next item is the report on the integrated report, a report that comes to us regularly, an important report. And I'm going to turn to you again, Russell.
Some headlines from this and any issues you wish to draw to our attention.
Thank you.
Yes. So just to take you through the performance report, we've endorsed the performance framework, of course, at our previous board meeting, and we did debate should we look to revise the performance report itself that comes through committee, and I think we unanimously endorsed that change. So we are still in transition, but this is the version. We have presented this through one cycle through the Performance Finance Information Governance Committee, and now it's here within the Health Board. If I just talk you through a few key headlines, if I may, and then we can open that up for wider conversation. So the report itself, how it's structured is that we have an initial one-page segment with the four quadrants represented. So that's quality, patient effectiveness experience, people, organisational development, access, activity and financial. Those quadrants are completed by the executive leads for updates to members, so you can, as a snapshot, review the key themes that are happening within the organisation on a balanced position. And then the report itself, of all of those measures that are through escalation, are very focused. So there's 5 or 6 focus pages. What we want to do is make sure that the subcommittees and the chairs of subcommittees are supporting those escalation elements, so that we are in the board very focused on the elements and the areas within those quadrants that the subcommittees are very focused on. And we'll develop that as we go forward. And then the full suite of reports around Welsh Government national metrics follow. So you do have full sight of all of the metrics if you do wish to look. And the reality is we do have a level of opportunity or areas of performance that we need to offer support to. There are outside of those escalated areas as well. So it is at this stage worthy of reviewing that full document. As I mentioned, it is in development, so we've still kept the RAG rating, so we can see performance metrics clearly in terms of are we delivering either plan or national targeted performance through the normal traffic light system. But we've also got the SPC charts, so statistical process control charts, and effectively that is the best way of tracking information as you go forwards, because you can look and understand standard deviation. We are going to run sessions for members so that we can get better underneath and understanding of SPC charts as we go forward and how to use those to assess performance. But they are, where applicable and where appropriate, they're now included within the performance report itself. And the developments that we need in there are, as we go forward, and we are building on those, are some key local metrics for ourselves to be very clear around what's important for us that will drive some of that performance, so that we can get underneath those drivers as a subcommittee board and an executive level. We'll have to start profiling the report because some measures will be more relevant at different levels of the organisation, of course, as well. So that will happen as we go forwards. And then a really important one is not just articulation of what are the actions around performance, but also what do we see as forward trajectories for delivery of performance. So we can assess then through the board as to whether those actions brought about the resultant performance that we'd, of course, all hope for. So there's still quite a bit of a development block at the bottom, but hopefully this presents performance in a more open and focused manner for us at this stage.
Diolch yn iawn. Oes unrhyw gwestiynau?
Any questions or comments?
Claire.
Martin, I think this is developing quite well, and I'm one of the people that asked for some training and guidance around the interpreting the results charts. But I think as they're presented, I understand graphs and pie charts. It was some of the other elements. So look forward to that. Thank you. Some specific questions. Clinical coding compliance. And this is a very operational question, but we are being presented with the data. So that was an area where we were always green. And then this year we've been red. And when I've read into it, maybe I've read it wrong, but it looks like we've had a member of staff or teams absent or whatever. And I just think that's such an operational thing that's in our gift just to say, oh, we haven't got somebody in post here. So the reason for raising that one is just, again, it's about the whole cultural thing around finance, efficiency, performance. It just feels that people sometimes are, for whatever reason, feeling stifled by an inability to make local change. And so it's a question really about how people understand that, you know, these things are important and they do get reported, questions, and when there's a blockage in the system, we just need to find an alternative route to fulfilling our obligations. So just be interested to understand that. And I'll be really honest, and I'm a long-serving member now, aren't I? I'm in like month 6. I don't know what clinical coding is actually, but, but I don't know whether I need to know what it is, but what I know is we're not doing very well on it. So, and then I've got some other questions about COVID vax rates, because I'm kind of hearing mood music that says we're doing quite well, but the data in here doesn't say we are. It's like 3.9%. So is that because the data's not in the system, or we are behind where we wanted to be? I could ask loads more, but I don't want to hog all the airtime, Chair. I'll just come back at the end if someone else might ask my questions.
Yeah, okay. Diolch yn iawn, Claire. Now, I know man can Dylan. Yes, please do.
That's okay. Yeah, so I mean...
It's very important.
Well, clinical coding is where we record to a standard every bit of activity we do as a health board. There is a standard, I won't go into it, IDC 10 and 11, which we use to do that. In England, no, it's absolutely important. I mean, in actual fact, in England, it's how trusts used to get paid based on activity, and the different payments for different tariffs for different types of activity. So it is really important. We've got a coding team. But the challenge that we've lost 12 of our most specialist coders. It takes about 3 years for the coder to get fully trained. It's a specialist job. The unfortunate reason we're losing coders is because our coders, because we haven't got electronic systems, are having to code from paper records. So a clinician, when they've filled their paper record comes in, they read all of that, and as a result of that, they code appropriately from that. We use the data, importantly, for benchmarking, get it right fit, all of that really key data. So to mitigate that, it's 2 problems. In Wales, we only pay band 4 for our coders. In England, it's band 5, it's the standard. So we are working with colleagues in HR to try and address that. We've increased our trainees from 3 to 12, but we've actually, 1/3 of the team have gone because they can work at home coding for trusts in England. So it is a bit of a bit of a challenge in that area, but one definitely we are trying to address.
Okay, thanks very much. That's really useful to know, and the challenge for us to think maybe differently in that place of what we can do in terms of recruitment and retention, links with universities as well, possibilities, aren't there? Mike, on that point?
Yeah, I've just been reassured. I wondered if there are any implications for our income streams from the lack of coding, but Donna has just reassured me. I noticed that there's a metric on the number of consultations delivered through the pharmacist independent prescribing service, something that Wales leads on England, which is fantastic. It hit a peak in December 22, but it's wobbled about quite a bit. It's showing green at the moment. Is there something that needs to be done to encourage the public to avail of that service? Does it need some more publicity, or do we not have enough pharmacists who are independent prescribers? Just wondering.
Anybody able to respond to that specifically?
Can I just make a comment on that, Mike? I find that the independent pharmacists, what we've got on the Llŷn Peninsula, are very, very active with the public, whereas the multinational, for want of a better word, there isn't that same interaction.
And it's those independents who are rooted in the community and have relationships with people and communities and so on. So that's an important point. But I've got Whitton now. Is it Adele or Carol is going to answer
I only wanted to say, in fact, Mike, Betsy Adolda is the best performing health board in this area in Wales. And the numbers, a year or so ago, September 2022, 746, and we're now, the latest reporting, on 1,277. So it has increased, but it has dipped from August. So there may well have been, I don't know, enough of the seasonal variation in the population size. It may have had something to do with that.
I do notice, sorry, Chair, I do notice when you call your GP, certainly the GP we were with before we recently moved, it's on a recorded announcement that you can go to your pharmacist. It must help to have that. I don't know if all GPs have that, but it would be helpful if that's a good point if they did.
Yeah, good point. Teresa, ti am ddod mewn wedyn neu ddod â chi yn mewn.
Wedi cynnig rhoi gwybodaeth ar y ffliw a Covid.
I've just offered to give some flu and COVID information, but I can do that outside of the meeting if you want to. Yes? We've got messages that we are performing quite well here, so it would be good to send messages to all members, if that's okay, to get the most recent data. Sorry, I can't hear. It's been a difficult year in relation to the vaccine. I would say that a number of the population, and we may not have done enough nationally, of the campaigns and so on to ensure that the population does come to us. It's been a tough year for flu, but we have vaccinated over 110,000 people in BCU, which is higher. We have 100. Sorry, I missed that figure. We've done 110,000 in the population. As far as COVID, many have now opted from the programme, which is something that we're going to validate in the summer. But the figures for the 27th, I asked these ready for the board. On 8:15 in the morning, 8:15 in the morning, we had 128,000 winter boosters, which is 47.6% of the groups, and that doesn't include the opt-outs. So we need to do more. What I can say, though, is as far as the patients in the care homes, we've done quite well in the east, 99% in the middle, in the central, and then in the west, 88%. the percentages haven't been as good among staff, and we've got some work to do. But most of the population who are invited will get invited today, I think, isn't it? Everything will have arrived today, I think. Thank you for that update. Just a quick question. I was looking at the local figures and there was nothing to explain why the empty posts were so low in May and then jumped back up. What happened then? That they shooted up. And why? I know that every campaign and every effort is made to attract more people, but there is a report for us today. What happened in May? Nick or Russell? Is it the way that we show statistics? It seems so. Russ?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So there was a stark increase in the numbers of investment within the Nurse Care Act. So we were running at a level of vacancy and we were reducing our vacancy levels, and then we increased our establishment, so we created more vacancies. So therefore we then had to start again to fill those back down again. Says the finance director with heavy heart, of course.
It might be helpful sometimes
to put that narrative in.
Yes, yeah.
This is the development.
Sort of a little note at the bottom, just explaining the equation. But yeah, Nick.
Yeah, so as you increase your budgeted establishment, for the actual, if you look at the numbers of people coming into post, but that's we've seen a steady increase through the year. The nursing vacancies filled. We've actually increased the number of actual nurses we've got in the health board across that. So again, it's part of that development of the report, putting two different metrics in, because sometimes when you look at that, it helps to see the actual what we've got in the system.
Well, Gareth,
just very briefly say, I do think, like Claire, that the format's improving. There's still more work to do. I think it is particularly important, given the rather depressingly blanket redness of some of these diagrams, that having the data about where we're performing vis-a-vis the other health boards is really valuable, because it's not to say that if we're doing badly and everybody else is doing badly, that somehow that's okay. No, but it's really important contextual. And from that point of view, and despite the really good work I know has been done on the long waiters, that's one area that stands out where we really are struggling. Right. And the other thing was that, again, despite the fact we've really put effort in, I know it's improving on agency, but we're still at the bottom of the pack in terms of the percentage of spend that we've got on agency workers. So those areas, to me, highlight where there really is work to do, even though there's work to do on all the reds, obviously. But if insofar as you've got to concentrate, it gives you some context to do that. I think.
We are Claire.
Just two further things, so picking up, I guess, following on from what Gareth just said, when I look at colonoscopies, we're the best in Wales, but our performance is 34% against a target of 90. So. I'm really concerned for those people waiting, but also how are those targets set then if we're the best and we're at 34? So just one. And then the second point was to look at the whole of our provision and make sure that we are using our resources across all age groups. Because I just really worry that for the under 18s, where potentially it's like the whole prevention stuff we're building up, potentially lifetime issues for people that we're not able to address. And I know that demand has increased hugely since COVID for access to those services. But I just wondered whether there was something we could do in a different way because there's a real disparity between under 18s and over 18. So again, we're getting faster at seeing people, but then people being able to actually access services.
Yeah.
There's a real difference between the two age groups.
So with a colonoscopy, maybe there's a general point there as well, where the target and we're considerably off that target, but should we take comfort in the fact that the best in Wales? Well, probably not. I would have thought it's the target that's important, isn't it? So there's that. And then access to mental health, particularly young people.
Okay, on the first one, I think that's the limitation of the league table. And there are some areas where we're right at the top of the league table. Cancer's been one, but we don't personally get complacent with that because we have to have assurance that everywhere else in Wales is where they need to be, and that is the benchmark. Yeah. So with colonoscopies, we can have a discussion outside, but there's a piece of work that around the service redesign and transformation, around the wider general surgery, colorectal services, endoscopy, which includes that, to make sure that we can satisfy ourselves that these patients have been seen.
Yeah.
On the mental health, I don't know if you want to come in first and then me, because adults, their children, they are a specialist workforce, and it is very much a case of, unfortunately, and this is why we have risks and issues across the UK, not just Betsy and not just Wales, in terms of neurodevelopment and CAMS. They are a workforce, they're a niche workforce who specialise under 18 and over 18 and have a very different skill set. But I know we've been close to this longer.
I understand a 10-year-old and a 60-year-old, but 16 to 18s.
There is work happening about the transition generally, where the teams meet. But as far as the teams, I'm like Adele, and I know that special care is given. I think we do need early intervention. But as far as the nature of CAMS, for instance, we are working on the transition area at the moment. Yes, how people get access, how people want to have access is different, isn't it?
I'm not sure if it's a point, but it's something to share with you that you're probably aware that many more children since COVID are experiencing mental health problems. The numbers have been really increasing, and I will declare here I have some connection with schools and lead on ALN in certain areas. So I think I know that there are real issues in getting support from health to actually pull together those IDP plans, those individual development plans. And I'm wondering in this area, as it is such a crucial aspect of helping children enjoy education and achieve, life and health outcomes, how are we working with education, with the ALN codes in relation to making sure that works really well? That was my question.
Question, Gareth?
Yeah, I probably welcome the conversation outside of the meeting about that, because I think there's a lot, but the short answer is through our DECLA officer and her team, who have very good established relationships with the local authorities and the schools. But I do know that there are aspects, I think, of the implementation of the Act that still require some work, and I know there's active discussions going on around that. So happy to have a longer conversation outside the meeting.
Diolch yn iawn. Na i ddod at Teresa i ymateb wedyn, Dyfed wedyn, Carol i gloi y drafodaeth.
Diolch. A mae'n adran o waith hefyd sy'n cael ei...
There is a programme that is being supported with a focus on mental health across North Wales. And we do have some data we could share. That's possibly not visible to the board members and in the preventative category, as it were. There are positive results and we're seeing progress, and there is a great demand, as you say. Yes, it underlines the role of schools. Thank you. I just want to go back to the point. We think about the individuals involved, and what struck me about what's been those who've been waiting a long time. There is one patient who's waited 5 to 6 years, and one. I would be more worried with one than 100, really, because that person has gone from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, and we think, and that, getting rid of that figure would make a huge difference.
Maybe on that point, that person seems to be an exception, but for that individual, of course, it's highly significant.
And that's why we've taken the focus, and we are focusing on the extreme weights. Again, going back to Claire's point this morning, or earlier, is this morning, yeah? What I would say is based on clinical prioritisation. So whilst it is totally unacceptable that any patient is waiting that length of time, which we accept as a board, what we do know is other people have been prioritised based on their clinical needs, but there are plans for these extreme weights, especially orthopaedics.
Yes, there's exciting stuff happening in orthopaedics that we know. Get around a minute. Carol, to round off the discussion, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. So it was just 8 weeks ago that we considered and approved the integrated performance framework. So that is being implemented. This report will continue to develop. There's a couple of areas I think we've made some commitments on. One of those is reporting specifically on the areas within special measures. So that will come through to PFIG next time. I do have an issue, I'm going to raise it next week with Welsh Government about the comparator to other health boards. It's not helpful enough to have the number comparator, because given 22% of the population, either we're going to be brilliant or we're not very good. We've got to ask them to move to percentages and proportions of population. They won't be happy with me because I used to complain when I was in Paris about how they counted things as well. But, or at least we can do some of that work, you know, in terms of understanding our relative position. I think that's really important. The other thing, I think, Claire, you touched on this, is about how we use the making data count, so data integrity, quality, so that we're absolutely sure what you see in front of you is the real thing, and that we can understand it. But also we've got to move much more to, well, what's the headline, what's the interpretation of that, and what's the action, and when do we expect the action? So, you know, it's better already, but it'll get even better. I can't resist just commenting on children and young people's emotional and mental health, an area that I was involved with. I know that government were considering a policy around 0 to 25 years, particularly because of that sort of transition, and young people, and some of the other legislation, of course, goes up to 25. So I haven't seen any outcome of that. And of course, there was the Together for Children and Young People programme, which I declare my interest in, and I chaired it. We developed with the Education Department in the Welsh Government, a Schools in Reach programme, and it was great. At the annual general meeting, I met some of our colleagues who reach into schools. The key question will be whether that's now in every school and, is it consistent, whether we've been able to recruit. And then just the final bit on that is there is a framework called NEST, which I hope, through the partnerships, that we'll be able to bring through and say, well, how far have we really got in North Wales in implementing that? And can it meet the needs and the differing growing needs of young people? So I think that might be something we can look to bring forward in the future.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am y drafodaeth a'r cwestiynau. Ydy pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad a'r argymellion a'r ffyrdd mae'r adroddiad yma'n dod ato ni yn dal i cael ei ddatblygu, ond yn hapus efo beth sy'n digwydd hyd yma. Mae'r gyfle yn siŵr i bai ddatblygu dillio o gyflwyno. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yna? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch am yr holl waith sydd wedi digwydd yn rhoi'r adroddiad yna at ei gilydd. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, sef 4.2.1, cynllun blynyddol a monitro'r cynllun blynyddol. Dwi'n meddwl mai Chris sydd yn ymwneud â'r adroddiad yma. Chris, so anything you wish to underline for us?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just if I could start with a brief apology. As we've converted into PDF, it looks as if we've had a bit of a font failure. So I'm sorry for those people who've had their vision tested in reading through some of the assurance in here. We'll sort that out for next time. And just a quick reminder, we're in a slightly unusual place this year in terms of our plan. As we quickly sought to address special measures, we took the decision of deferring the submission of our plan and to only submit an annual plan. So in effect, that meant we submitted a 9-month plan this year. So what you see in front of you is a summary of our progress at the end of Q2. There's a lot of overlap in the annual plan with special measures, and the special measures plans have kind of developed after the annual plan. It's no surprise that there is overlap because the content of an annual plan are those areas where we want to focus upon making improvements, and of course the focus of special measures is about those areas where we need to make improvements. So just for clarity, we are only reporting here those areas that are not fully reported within the special measure reports you already have seen on a number of occasions now. That takes out around 45% of the annual plan Q2 milestones. And of those that remain, around 75% were completed at the end of the quarter, as we had expected, and we have put a brief explanation against each one. Those that weren't have carried over into broadly Q3. A few have been reprofiled into Q4, and those are detailed in the report too. Finally, in terms of Q3 and Q4, we are currently on track without significant mitigations to achieve around the 75% mark. Once we add the mitigations in, I would hope to be able to push that up a little further than that.
Diolch yn iawn, Chris. Unrhyw sylw neu gwestiynau adroddiad yma? Os nad oes, dyn ni gyd yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad a diolch am y gwaith sydd wedi digwydd.
If there aren't any objections, I hope we're all happy to note the progress that has been made on the content of the report. Happy?
Diolch yn iawn. Hynny, ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesaf, sef
On to the next report then.
And so integrate
which is the integrated report. Gareth, are you presenting the report? And Mandy, sorry.
So the integrated quality report provides the board with the quality rate information for September and October. It's a new formatted report, so any sort of feedback is welcome from yourselves. So the highlight from the report, from a positive note, is the feedback that we've received. So we've received over 16,000 patient feedback, and that's attributed to the text messaging services that we launched a couple of months ago. It's absolutely fantastic. There is further work to do, and we are targeting that within cycle 3 of the special measures, led by the transformation team and supported by the patient experience. And just to note, that 78.62% of the patients felt their experience was very good. And obviously we want to improve on that. The call for concern, which was the Safe Collaborative Initiative initiated in the West IHC, which was really positively evaluated nationally. We've rolled that out now within the West, and that we're trickling into East and Centre. What we do need is a formal sort of format to take that forward. So that's really positive. Also wanted to note the positive work from the care home support team in relation to the quality assurance framework that they developed and the support tools on the back of Operation Jasmine, which is the Older Persons Commissioner's report to care homes. Again, that's been recognised locally and nationally as a piece of work to roll out, which has been done for us within the Health Board, but obviously nationally, Welsh Government picked it up as well. And also from regards to the nosocomial COVID reviews, we're on target for completing for the end of March, as we've agreed. The other highlighted areas were the themes of the national reportable incidents in relation to falls, pressure ulcers, and the recognition of deteriorating patients. And just to note, really, the work that's underway in all the themes, with the falls being presented to the Quality Safety Committee last month as a deep dive. There has been further work to truly understand why. So we've done deep dives with all of the IHCs to understand. We've checked and challenged that with the Directors of Nursing beginning of the week, and where Monday all the Directors of Nursing are going operationally to really check and challenge with the operational teams who are hands-on before we launch the initiative in January, to really reaffirm what actions we need to take and truly understand it. Pressure ulcers will be presented again to the deep dive to the Quality and Safety Experience Committee, but there's no date on that as yet. So I'll pause there and just ask if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Lots of information there. And interesting to hear about the development with the text. Is it possible to share a few words? What does it mean? Say, if I'm a patient, what would I expect with that approach? Patients.
Patients are asked because we have their details on our systems for their telephone numbers, so we've got to have the right number. So some patients who attend clinic, so obviously some clinics would be sensitive, so they're excluded from the system. For example, sexual health would not be included because it would be private, or if somebody's got a domestic situation, we would not include them. So they're asked, would it be okay that we text you the permission for them to obtain? So once they've been to the clinic appointment, the next day they're asked, would you like to give feedback? And obviously they're favourable and they give us feedback now.
Yeah. I think we've got...
Do we know if people are more willing to respond to a text than a letter? A text message. People are more willing, are they?
Yes, on top of it, yeah, fantastic. So we've got two other initiatives not included in the report because it's not concluded, but it's to do with the SPREE project, which is the technology to really improve the communication between the patients, the staff and relatives at home. So there's a trial in Ysbyty Gwynedd and Glenclwyd now. One in relation to voice notes, one in relation to text messaging, and that's been launched in December. So I think that will be a game changer for us.
Excellent, and collecting that experience from the patients as we move on is important in learning and improving. Great. Any further questions or comments? Trian, then Claire.
Sorry, can I just ask, have you finished your report, or you going to talk about complaints at all, or have you not got to that yet?
I did not include it just because of timing, so yeah.
All right, two quick questions. I was interested in the call for concern initiative. That sounds really good. And you want to expand to Central and East. Can we afford it? That's just a question, in the current climate. And if not, how can we ensure that that opportunity is there across Betsy? That was one. And then my second one, I noticed somewhere about complaints that there's going to be a deep dive on the whole issue of complaints, what leads to them and how they're dealt with your Exec Director of Nursing and yourself and the IHCs. I just log my claim for QSE to get hold of that information, please, when you've got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so with the call for concern, the initiative was launched in the West Integrated Health Community, and the resource is likely to be there for the call for concern because it's done through the acute intervention team, which are advanced nurse practitioners that work 24/7. And resource was given to each acute site to progress, not with call for concern, but for the development of the team. So we tabled it Monday, as I said, and Chris Subi attended the Director of Nursing meeting, and we were committed. So Chris and I have reached out to Jim and James to see how could we do it collectively. So we should be able to we wouldn't be able to roll out to paediatrics and other areas, but we should be able to do the mainstay of acute surgical and medical wards with the resource that we've got. And then with the complaints, the deep dive has been undertaken. We completed them Friday just before Angela's leave. And it's been really interesting how we can support the IHCs in relation to why have we plateaued, to really understand what's making it such a challenge for them. So there's key themes that have come out, and it's not concluded because obviously Angela hasn't had time to analyse it all. So I think it is better that maybe we take it to PC and bring it back in the next meeting.
Nessa.
Sorry, just a small question. This seems to be a relatively new approach, and I just wondered, is there an evaluation? If I use a call for concern and I get a response, obviously there are savings from me having to do what you do. Are you doing evaluations?
Yes, as part of the Safe Care Collaborative, which was a Welsh Government initiative to support us with improvement, there is a detailed evaluation, really positive evaluation, and the outcomes as well, from experience and outcomes. So more than happy that could come back.
That would be interesting to see.
Claire.
Thanks, Mandy. I wanted to ask about the incident investigations into the nationally reportable incidents. And it seems like we've got a robust process because Angela's reported that to us a lot in terms of make it safe reviews, rapid learning pools. But I guess it's a question around culture again, in the sense that firstly, those nationally reportable incidents seem to remain all the same topics. So we've had a deep dive on falls, but falls are still there. Healthcare required pressure ulcers are still there, and service use deterioration. So I guess my question is more about the appetite and the cultural opportunity to learn from these situations. So I'm concerned that the investigations are overdue anyway, because that means we're failing to put learning in place as rapidly as we need to. But even where we are, we still seem to be facing the same challenges. So what do you need? What's missing? What's causing some of the real challenges around transforming?
I think there's complexity. I don't think there's a single answer. I don't think it's as simple as that, otherwise we would have nipped it in the bud. But I think it's the check and challenge that we've done of late with all of them. It's really interesting as to why. So the themes and trends from falls is very different to where we're sitting now to where we were maybe 2 years ago.
Okay.
So the deconditioning of patients because of extended length of stay, the delayed transfer of care. There's a cohort who fall, and they fall a lot. It could be one person falling a lot that come to harm.
Yeah.
So it's about how do we engage with the 6 Goals project then to work on the decommissioning work stream rather than focusing on falls, if you know what I mean. It's the prevention, how we work with our allied health professionals to prevent the admission, because when we actually have gone into the patient, they shouldn't have come into an acute site. It wasn't the right choice for them. Or a lot of patients wanting to be independent. We do not call. So a lot of our initiatives is a bit, please call for help. We've done little placemats, we've put them inside, so they're reluctant to call for help. So it's a very different picture, and I think we have to appreciate that, and it's the same with the pressures. So the report might come from the ward, but actually the deterioration has happened 2 steps before. So they could have called for help at home, they could have been a long waiter at home, they could have been in the ambulance, they could have been in ED. So that it then is a reportable healthcare required pressure ulcer for a named ward. So we're finding as we're missing opportunities with working with our colleagues now with WAST and really escalating. So it may not be clinical priority in an ED, but they have been on a trolley rather than a mattress and a bed. Its combinations is very different, and it shocked us really some of the, and it's the same as some of the complaints, but what is causing the issues.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, to round up this discussion, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just to be quite straightforward on this, we've got a lot of work to do on quality. And I, mentioned earlier in your question about the round table, Rhian, and in our slides for our meeting with Welsh Government next week, we talk about work on our quality system and approach, quality leadership, an integrated approach to leadership, knowing where our quality problems are, quality improvement. So how do we improve? What are the tools, techniques and approaches we should be using? Importantly, the learning outcomes in particular, and how do we know the learning sticks? Then quality reporting, and I know that this will continue to develop and probably look very different to how it looks now. And then quality oversight as in sort of the committee. So I think we've got the framing coming through a little bit more. A couple of things that I wanted to mention from the report itself. And that relates to the coroner's inquest cases and the prevention of future deaths. There are some very important things in here that we are working on. So if I take, for example, the issue of an electronic health record and the risks associated with paper records, this could be an absolute change, a game changer, if you like, in the both quality of care, but the efficiency and the effectiveness of people's journey through healthcare. Dylan and I have been engaging with Welsh Government and Digital Health and Care Wales Chief Exec, and had a wider conversation with Wales Chief Execs about making a significant change. There's some work going on, Dylan, in terms of an outline case to make this important change. So that's going to be key to follow up on. And then the other part is really investigations. So, and learning, actually, Claire, your point, we haven't yet got the learning right. I'm clear. I think we're all got consensus on that. And we've had an internal audit report that gives us some pointers as to where we should be looking. But we've got to, again, look at investigations, action planning, tracking and learning. So more will come on this aspect. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am y adroddiad yna.
Thank you for that report and the discussion. Is everyone happy to accept the content?
Diolch yn iawn.
Lots of information once more. So looking forward to the committee. To monitor what is happening. Thank you. 4.3.1, which is the report for that, or the minutes.
Can I just first apologise? This is not the final iteration of the report, so it's not quite right. But I can take you just through the key things. yes, we looked at falls, the deep dive that had been done internally in Betsy. And as you know, internal audit have also looked at falls, and that's going to audit committee in December. So that will then come back to QSE. So that's one thing. We're certainly not letting that go. It is important. We've also asked for a deep dive on pressure ulcer acquisition and what's happening there. From patient stories and there's a lot of talk about learning from things that have gone wrong, from complaints, from investigations. What I've asked is, okay, give me examples, specific examples of things that have changed in the light of your investigation or investigation of a complaint. I want to know what difference has it really made, and I want specifics, because I am concerned about number of complaints. That is a quantitative thing. I want to get into the quality as far as we can and just try to prevent. So I want specifics. And the other thing, which I'm pleased about, is that we're trying to ensure that the focus isn't solely on secondary care, in particular acute care, and that we're trying to look much more at primary care, community care, the whole prevention agenda. And we've started on that. And, I'm pleased to see that there are baby steps now being taken with regards to the diabetes pathway as part of that. So I think those are the key things I wanted to draw to your attention.
Unrhyw cwestiwn neu sylw i chi?
Any questions or comments? If not, could I thank you for your work? Looking forward to seeing progress and the lessons learned. I've seen some development, certainly. Everyone happy to accept the content? On to 4.4, staffing and nursing. Mandy, do you want to outline anything in particular?
Appendices provides the board with an assurance that the legislative requirements of the Act are being maintained. The report also details the robust biannual triangulation process of nurse staffing calculations for each ward and subsequent check and challenge by the IHCs and Health Board-wide process. The calculations are then presented to the Executive Director of Nursing, Executive Director of Finance, and also the Executive Director of Workforce, which has all been concluded this year. The financial assessment arising from the statutory duty to calculate the nurse staffing levels will be considered within the financial planning cycle for 24-25. So just in summary, there are 46 wards that meet the requirements of the 25B, and 3 of these are new. 35 wards had no change to the requirement, and 8 wards have requested a change. 3 additional wards met the definition for this year. Of the 8 wards that required a change, 4 due to service redesign across stroke and orthopaedics and speciality. And I just wanted to reiterate in relation to acuity of patients, it is a national position. So we calculate levels of care on a biannual basis on a national, and we sort of input that as part, and it's widespread across Wales, that the acuity of patients have increased. We also, within the Health Board, have a rostering system, and it's overlaid with what we call safe care. So the wards will, on a twice a day, update what their levels of care are. So it supports us with redeployment of staff as to where the most need is if there is a request to deploy staff. So I'm hoping that the report does provide you, and if there is any questions, I'm more than happy to take them. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn, Mandy, a diolch am y adroddiad. Unrhyw gwestiwn? Nawn ni ddechrau efo Gareth a wedyn Rhea.
Thanks, Mandy. I think you may have answered my one question, which is, it feels like it's we're constantly struggling to catch up with, because the numbers of required nurses under the Act has gone up, and you've said it's largely driven by acuity, so that's interesting, because as I noticed that, you know, we would have been more or less caught up were it not for the fact that the intensity of the number required has gone up. So I think that's something we need to try and understand. And as I said, you give the initial answer, which is great. This might be a really stupid question, but given the issue about delayed transfers of care, presumably not all the patients in acute wards are acute. And is there any way of, I'm thinking about schools, really streaming them so that when patients are ready to be discharged, even though they can't be for whatever the reasons, that they're grouped together? Does that would take some wards out of being within the requirements of the nurse staffing act? And also a practical level, presumably require less intensive nursing because, so I don't know, I mean, is that doable, or I'm sure as people thought about it and decided why it can't be done.
It seems that Adele may have an answer to that.
Yeah, we're doing that. It was referred to as one of the models in the winter plan. It wouldn't have been explicit enough. So we call them discharge boards, but what we're looking at is just that, so starting in West, and the other two IHCs are looking at it for winter. So it's just that, it's cohorting the patients who are clinically optimised, ready for discharge, so that we can support from a staffing level, but also that there's a more focused approach to discharge planning. Our social care colleagues going into one ward in that regard. We've done elsewhere across Wales, there's pros and cons, and we need to ensure that it's adequately staffed and it's an MDT approach, because otherwise the delays become longer. But it can help from a staffing perspective if we do it properly, but we've already started that going into winter in the West.
Now, meddwl Rhian nesa wedyn Wrtha.
Just a very basic question. A total of 46 wards fit within the Act and have to be reported on in this way. 46 out of how many?
Yeah, I did wonder you might ask. This morning. I don't know. I'll come back. I'm not 100% sure.
I was just trying to get the context, and then, you know, what happens in the other wards. How
we do the same. We do the same. Yeah, we have data report on it. We treat everything, and the ED departments, critical care. We do the same process robustly for every area.
Okay, good now.
Consistent approach then, wherever, but that particular number is a statutory requirement. Wrtha.
Yeah, this is probably a stupid question as well, though. I'm just wondering, have we got similar information in regard to staffing levels for healthcare assistants? So we've got an idea of where gaps are.
Yes. We have a nurse optimisation group, which Nick next door to there, supported by Alison, who's Director of Nursing for Workforce Support. So yes, we do have. And we're working on initiatives to really upskill our healthcare support workers, and also engaging the national piece of work for regulation or no regulation to really upskill them to a band 4 level of being able to give care. Yes.
And the levels looking good?
The evaluation's concluded, but the report hasn't been submitted, so I think is imminent.
Right, diolch yn fawr. Carol, to finish.
I don't want to take us off track, but of course there's lots and lots of discussion and perhaps some challenge to this around the types of teams you need around patients. So this has been a great piece of legislation, of course, but it's pretty fixed on a single professional group. And I think we're pretty much sewn into multi-professional roles, supporting patients, so a bit more team around the patient. So I think we might want to challenge ourselves and our thinking for the future.
Now, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y profiad yna, diolch iawn am wybodaeth.
If everyone is happy to accept the content, we'll move on to the next report, which is the annual equality report in the absence of Jason.
Highlight any matters that we wishes to consider in this report, Nick. I take it that everybody has read the report itself. Everybody else?
I just wanted to send it back. So just wanted to kind of touch on the overview of the report and kind of the...
You'll have to speak up a bit, I'm afraid, because this side probably have difficulty. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
That's great.
So basically in terms of the report, it's obviously the annual report around the quality and the activity. The report is based around an overview of kind of that quality is everybody's responsibility. It's the organisation, which is the quality team. It's around looking at kind of the activity that's going on across the health board, rather than in terms of out there in communities, in staffing groups, in different areas that we're working with, rather than saying what the quality team is trying to do. So that's kind of what the report is trying to show there, is that flavour of activity. Linking it back to, in terms of the objectives that sit within the quality plan, some of that is there to kind of feel in. I think the main thing, the themes that come through it, from where we're sitting, is that kind of very timeless on the same agenda as the health report. It's that link back to that wider system working across from a quality perspective, and being able to, one, engage with our staff and support, but also to engage with that wider population, because again, the fact that socio-economic duty that sits inside the quality report as well. You know, people who we reach now will potentially one day be our staff. So it's not just around that narrow staff groups. I think mainly that was all I wanted to touch on within the report, quite happy to kind of examples of best practice in there what we've been doing. Two of the key ones there is that quality toolkit for primary care. That touch points when we reach staff, those who will interact with patients, it's on the acute side of things sometimes, and that kind of money piece of work, that no patch piece of work that's been done to I'm happy to take any broad questions on it. I'm not our qualities expert, Jason is the person that's on that sort of stuff. Right, you know, it's wrong, no.
Diolch yn iawn. Nick, unrhyw cwestiwn?
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with equality obviously is that, you know, it touches on everything, doesn't it? I got two particular, just narrow points, but I think important ones. So the first one was on page 15, it talks about the bite-sized health events, and these seem to me like really important things that we should be doing as a health board. But I wondered how strongly is it possible to link those two equalities and particularly underrepresented groups? Because particularly if you're working with employers, I mean, obviously that leaves out some fairly vulnerable groups, but also do we try to, how far do we try to prioritise environments where we may, like low pay, we may be more likely to pick up people who are less, you know, more hard to reach. And the other thing, and this, I almost hesitate to raise this sitting next to the chair, but under Well North Wales, it says, well, this is now being taken forward through infrastructure, through health centres in Pennygroes and Bangor. And when I looked at this report on which looks at areas of deprivation, health GP practice to areas of deprivation, and actually the ones that are highest up in our patch are North Denbighshire, East Conway, North West Flintshire, Central Wrexham, and Arvon, and you know, is quite a long way down there. So that's particularly the Bangor. So I just wondered, you know, how were those two chosen? And yeah.
Hanes swyddog o ran yn canol yn rhaglen ar y dechrau efo'r egni. So, oedd y swydd yn dechrau.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Hen hanes yn canol ydy'r
this is an old story, really, but also there was energy to run these programmes to start with, and programmes had been held in the north of Denbighshire. Wrexham, we had programmes on Anglesey, so we have been targeting. We have the Welsh Deprivation Index, which doesn't include everything. So when it comes to some of the challenges in the rural areas, there is an energy by the team, but in the work that we're currently doing, we're targeting, because what we don't want to do is to make the inequalities greater. That's the last thing we want to do.
Claire.
Thanks for the report, and it's nice and readable. And I think it tells some nice stories about things we're doing to promote inclusion. But I think for me, I guess in terms of next year's iteration, I'd like to see some more focus around the objectives, because they all say things like we're going to prioritise. Well, that could mean going from doing nothing to doing one thing. So I think we just need to make those objectives, and there's a lot there, there's 10, they need to be a bit more smart, please. And then secondly, because I can't, when I look through the report, evidence how far we've gone on the journey, because obviously with equality, this isn't a one-year job, is it? It's a very long-term journey, but I can't see and assess where we're making progress, whether it's small steps, big steps. So I think this could be worthy of some more detailed work over the next year. And I think the other thing is just, and the impact and the outcomes of the things that we're working on. And then some specifics. So I've not seen our gender pay gap report. So it would be good to know where those things are. And I guess, because we don't have a people committee, I presume that's where we would be reporting on those things. And also, we talk about, we're going to do work around the Race Equality Act and the Anti-Racist Wales requirements around an action plan. We're late doing some of these things, and the LGBTQ plus responsibility. So I do think we need to think about in the next year how we're going to prioritise more resource in this area to take this to the next level, please.
Okay, I'll bring Carol in.
Oh, sorry, and the final point was, I can't see how it connects with, because this is probably important, the annual plan, the public health report. They all seem like separate things, and they all need to talk to each other.
And the report says, and it's highlighted, that equality is not in one
it needs to
particular
run
box,
through.
But then, so where's the evidence of that? That's the question. So Carol, to respond, or before you do, Bertha.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I have a question about a lot of this work, obviously, it's got a future focus. So how are we connecting with our schools for us to deliver the message about what the health board is doing? Obviously they do citizenship skills, etc., but we need to start young for this to have impact on the future. So I just wondered exactly how are we connecting with our schools to speak with the students and pupils there, even with the teachers. Are we going into schools and doing that?
Question. Carol, do you want to sort of summarise some of these things?
Definitely. So if I just respond to Claire's points, absolutely, I agree with all of those. The strategic equality plan ends in 2024. So it's the ideal opportunity for us to take a fresh look. I've been very impressed by the enthusiasm of the team. So I think we've got some great people, great resource. I think for me, it's about being a little bit more systematic in our approach and very clear. We've got to use the data to tell us where are we now, and where do we think we can get to, and by what means. There is a part, if you go back to whenever we approved the annual plan, I think it was June, wasn't it? There's a section that talks about our role as being socially responsible citizenship, and it touches on this language culture, and I'd like us to, as a board, embrace that and put that further up the priorities as we move forward. So there's a lot going on, lots of enthusiasm. I do think it needs probably a little bit more channeling and focusing, and I agree 10 priorities is probably too many. Our trade union partners are very keen and committed around this agenda too. On children, I've been thinking quite a bit about this, and have been thinking about how we really get views of children and young people more generally into our thinking and our work. Schools is a great place, but not just schools. You know, if you think about 18-year-olds, there are lots of different things that they're doing. They're not all in full-time education and things. So it's that the young people's view and how we utilise that. Some boards have a junior board, some partnerships have a junior partnership. So I think that's something for us to look at, particularly around our objective of stronger leadership and engagement, how we get those voices heard.
Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ydym ni gyd yn hapus I dderbyn yn adroddiad na. Diolch am y gwaith ac edrych ymlaen at y
Thank
gwaith.
you. Thank you for that, and thank you for the work. And we hope that that work can continue. Everyone happy? If so, thank you to Nick. Next item, 4.6. Written report by Diane. It's a succinct report because of the nature of the discussions. Happy to take any questions. And it's the responsibility of this committee. Unless there are any questions. Everyone happy to accept the content of the report? Move on to the next report. Warm welcome to Mike once more. The report has been presented. Anything that you would like to underline or draw attention to?
We are looking at trying to draw more groups into the group, people that are not represented. So we're actively looking for groups. We've lost some members because of the time considerations, etc. So we're struggling a bit. And to be honest, I think we're having a good look at ourselves because we also need to change. I think, to take on board what's been discussed here today, and we also need to change to have an effect, and so that we're going along with the theme that's been, said ad infinitum here today. So that's what we're looking at. The process of appointing myself as a chair took months. I must admit, nearly lost the will to live, but anyway, we've done it now. So, and attendance is another one. One that particularly concerns me is some of the county councils. Some of the attendance has been abysmal, to say the least. So that is something that needs addressing, because we are an interface, or I like to think we are. So, yeah. I know the Royal Aesthetic are rely on the land.
And we'll put a letter together. That will be something that we will be doing. Thank you very much for that. And for the excellent work.
Unrhyw gwestiwn?
Any questions for Mike?
Nad oes pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad. Diolch yn iawn I chi. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa, 4.8 is the corporate report. Does anybody want to draw attention to anything in particular?
It's asking the board to consider quite a comprehensive update on corporate government arrangements. It's been to audit committee on the 16th of November. That, much of the information that's provided in the appendices has been reviewed and approved before it's been received here for consideration. And of course, it builds on the approval from the board on the 28th of September in relation to the outline terms of reference that we agreed and approved. But there's some important next steps, I think, to pull out, Chair, that I wouldn't mind just taking the opportunity to say. It's worth reminding colleagues that we want to establish a full range, and we are going to, of committees and advisory groups of the board. And they will be established subject to the successful appointment of independent members, and some of which are here today, which is great to see. And the Chair will work with the independent members to determine the membership of the committees and the timing of such. So that's just worth reminding everybody about, I think. And then during December really, and into early January, I'm asking the clear next step is for the outline terms of reference cycle of business and corporate calendar needs to be fine-tuned so it reflects everything that the committee chairs and executive leads need to see. So the team that supports the board and its committees is getting in touch with you chairs and exec leads and other independent members to seek advice on these kind of terms of reference that we've established. I hope you can see, if you've looked into the links, that we're trying to create a common look to the terms of reference. We want to make them adhere to the standing orders. That hasn't always been the case in the past, so it's important there is a uniformity there. Finally, we touched on the BAF earlier. We discussed that earlier in the meeting. I just wanted to say, because I did say I would follow up on that, yes, we are going to, it is highly desired to have the strategic objectives for the board assurance framework. In the meantime, the audit committee and the exec team have recommended that we would continue to work with the strategic deliverables as those objectives, if you like, in the short to medium term while we do that. And the committees and board will continue to receive a completed board assurance framework report for their approval. And then finally, the corporate risk register. We had some positive feedback from the audit committee about the thematic development of our risks into 16 clear themes. That's been well received by the committees so far, and that the board will receive and the committees will receive full reports in due course. I'd just like to thank board members for their support and advice on that design.
Unrhyw gwestiwn y sylw?
Just very briefly, and I know this will come through the relevant chair on the appointment, but I'm quite keen that I think primary care in particular is not very visible in our structures, and I think the PPPH committee would be a logical place to put that. I don't know, I appreciate, sorry, just bung that into the debate off the top of my head, but I think that would be definitely something working to strengthen in terms of reference on that level, while not obviously cutting across the QSE, which I know is keen to push. I mean, it's business for all of us, PFIG as well, but they need somebody that actually looks at it from a strategic point of view.
Yes. I'm hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna.
All happy to accept the content.
Yna 5.1 yw cynodeb o busnes preifat sydd rwan wedi cael ei adrodd. Mae'r adroddiad yn amlinellu yna. Unrhyw beth i ddweud penodol, Phil?
Chair, only to say that this report is a requirement under the standing orders 6.5.3, and it's you can see there's the last 5 months worth of information there, so I won't go through it all in detail.
Unrhyw gwestiwn? Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dyn ni ymlaen at eitem 6 os sydd yn nodi unrhyw...
Next, item 6. We'll bring our business to an end formally for the health board today. Could I thank you to everyone who's contributed and for the discussions that we've had that have been very useful. It's time to reflect and ensure that we have enough time. Thank you to the team for all of the papers that have been put together and providing this space today. Thank you to the tech team. Everything has worked really well. Thank you very much. I'm thanked for the translation, for the essential translation work, and thank you to the team who've been working in the background to make sure that papers are published. So we'll bring the meeting, the formal meeting, to an end. And we'll move to a private meeting. And our next meeting is on the 25th of January in Fenyw, Cymru, and also published live. So we'll exclude the public to move to a private session now. Is everyone happy? So that's the end of the formal meeting. It's almost 1:45.